Hello. This is streamer number 148. So my apologies if this plan looks really messed up because I did this at like 2 a.m. and I'm just now looking at it. I think it's okay, actually. So hopefully I'm going to finish up the work today. Maybe not permanently, but for a while, for the email integration in my game server. So let's see what do I want to do today. All right, this was from yesterday. I noticed we are not waiting for a mail to be sent before sending the next one. Right now, it should be fine because it waits 10 seconds anyway. I don't expect Amazon SES to take 10 seconds to queue a mail, but I should put in there a check to make sure that we wait for both the rate limit and the previous email to be sent. Actually, maybe I already did that, and this might be a symptom of writing this plan at 2 a.m. that I didn't think I did it. Anyway, I also want to fill out the rest of the emails I'm sending, either through having some kind of template or just filling in some of the minimum things I want. Probably a template would be best, but I still haven't decided. And then I need to kind of make some more robust tests for the send mail stuff. So I don't know if this is still the case, but for a while we're getting an infinite loop where we're sending mail and the credentials were wrong, so I need to test that again. And I probably will want to have this eventually. I don't know if I'll do it today or later, but a way in the admin console to see the mail queue and to manage it. So if it gets out of hand, if there's like 1,000 emails waiting to be sent, I can just, I don't know, hit the big red button and clear them all. Or adjust the, actually I guess, not that hard to adjust the rate limit, just change the config. But yeah, also I think I do want to have a way to actually stop the email, like put it on pause. And let's see what else. All right, this is a bug that I found. I wanted to add a test case to catch it and fix it. Okay, I'm just gonna get right into it. So do not send an email until previous one is sent. Let me see if that's actually already done or not. I probably don't have a test case for that. Player rate limit, overall rate limit. Yeah. So let's see the code. Coordinator. Mail queue. Right, process. Okay, I guess this is it. It's not ready to return. Okay, so we already have it. Well, that's easy. It's already been done. But I should probably have a test case for it. That will count towards doing it, right? It's actually having a test case for it. So how do I simulate this? Let's see what queue test mail does now. It just puts the command in the queue. It's whatever mock WebGate I have, right? Let me see what kind of mock WebGate I have. Send mail. Okay, yeah, so I have it always send. So maybe I can control this. Because if I hold off completing the send promise, advance the clock, and then it should not... Okay, yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. So it's kind of like this... Well, not like this one. Like the overall rate limit would be a good one. So we'll rename this one... Do not send next email when previous still... When still sending previous. Okay, overall period is 10. I don't need to have two different users would allow me to avoid the player rate limit, right? So queue a mail from Alex, but before that, let us tell the mock WebGate. Let's have a variable called pause email or pause mail. I think I'm going to start using mail instead of email throughout the codebase. since there is no other kind of mail that the server works with. Pause mail. True. Actually, I should probably make these methods, right? So pause the mail, and then advance the clock. So advance mock time. Actually, let's just take from down here. Overall period plus 01. So that it should be able to send it if the other one wasn't being sent. And yes, so how am I going to test this? Mail sent. Where's mail sent? Oh. Oh, I see. It's from this list. So yeah. So really it's not that it's sent, it's that it's queued. Actually, no. Hold on. No, it is being sent. Okay, so never mind. Yeah, so this is fine. We can just reduce this to assert equals. Always slow in the morning. Expect equal 1 for this. Actually, no. Hold on. We should sample it there, right? That's what I'm doing there. Sample it, and then without advancing the time, unpause the mail. Then sample it again, and it should be 1, 2. So I just need to have these in the mock. Mock WebGate, where are you? There you are. Okay. Okay, here we go. Pause mail, unpause mail. And the bodies go here. Unpause, pause, unpause, unpause. Okay, so it's gonna affect what the send mail does. Where's the send mail? Is it down here? Yeah. So it's whether or not we set that promise to true. Oh, before I forget, after unpause, we should wait one more loop. Because at that point, it should check again. So I guess we need to have a flag here. If mail paused, if not mail paused, set it to true. The send promise. I need to store that then. Right? So if it's paused, we need to store it and set the value later. So send paused. How about paused mail send promises? You have a question? How's it going? Kobayashi X Maru? For a computer engineering student, which one is more important in his career? Get a job and future work life? Good GPA or best programming skills? Best programming skills, definitely. For long term. The GPA, although really a GPA will do for you is get you, if it's a GPA in high school, get you into college easier, and if it's a good college GPA, it could help get you your first job, but I tend to think it's not as important as the fact that you completed and got the degree. and that you have skills. They're going to test you on your skills. They're not going to. I don't remember ever really testing someone so much on their GPA. If they didn't list it on their resume, I didn't really care. I would just quiz them on their skills during the interview. So yeah, my final answer is best programming skills, not GPA. Pause mail, send promise. Yeah, we're gonna push this back, right? So push back. We're gonna move the promise in there and set it later. So I need to have these two variables. Let's set a bookmark here, and where these are. You're welcome. That said, having both, it would be good too. Probably good programming skills would help you get the good GPA. And when I think about it more, GPA can be broken up between your major and your what do you call it? Your they called it, when I was in college, they called it general ed. Like the first 2 years of college, it wasn't so focused on the major, it was just general subjects. And then the last 2 years of college, I remember, were very specialized to the major. And I think the GPA, the grades you get in the last 2 years when you're focusing on your major are a lot more important. So if you didn't get good grades in writing or philosophy or what do they call it, humanities or whatever, I wouldn't care so much. But if you got poor grades on your major, that would probably be reflected in your programming skills anyway. But yeah. So like if you're saying like you got, let's say you got bad grades in your first year of college, maybe you weren't such a good writer, I wouldn't let that tear you down. I would just if you're a good programmer and you're getting good grades in your major, it's probably good enough. I wouldn't sweat it. Let's see. They're gonna have it has to be what, a vector? No, let's make it a list. Or queue. Actually, queue would be better. A queue of promises. And they didn't have, yeah, they had a value. That is my paused mail send promise says. Promise says, okay. I guess it's push for queue, yep. Push back, same thing. Different names for different collections. Okay. So pause. Where is pause? I don't have a bookmark for pause. Okay, it should be here. So what did I call it? I'm already forgetting myself. Mail paused. All right, let's put a bookmark there. Oh, these are old bookmarks, aren't they? Mail paused, yeah. Okay, and then this one is a little bit different. Here we're unpausing the mail, and then while paused mail send promises is not empty, we will set all of them. So paused mail promises front set value true, and paused mail send promises pop. Yeah, like I was saying before, if the GPA helps you on your resume, like to get a job, that's great. Otherwise, I just not even bother saying what it is. Okay. And how's it going, Tropical Banana Man? Okay, I think this will already work, but I'm not exactly sure. Let's just go for it. YOLO. Nope, didn't work. Ooh, it crashed. Where did it crash? Oh, did I have it set the feature more than once? What did I do here? Oh yeah, I can't do that. Because I moved it in there. So how am I gonna do this? I should get the future first. That's what I should do. Send future equals this. Return it. Long day from uni work stuff. Congratulations on making it through the long day. Gosh, I really hate that this gets reset now. Ah, but I got all green lights. So let me break the test. Let me break the code in a way that should make the test fail a specific way. Since I did this backwards, need to take out the feature, so to speak. Mail queue, where is that? There it is. Process emails. So it's this block here, or we return if it's not ready. Right? If I just comment that out, it should break things. It should try to send a second mail. Yep, sends a second mail there. Okay, great. Yeah, that's true. It's like doing anything difficult when you're finally done. It's like, wow, that was cool. That was difficult. Now I'm done. You can relax. All right. I'm going to check that in. Because incremental progress makes me feel good. Let's see. What did I change? I added the machinery for testing. Okay, it was really just a test to make sure that it already worked. Yeah, because the code was already done. So mail queue. Add test for... How do I put this? Let's do the long description first. Add a test for when the second email is queued and would not exceed the rate limit if sent, but should not be sent because the previous email is still being sent. Add test for, how about we'll just say, oh, I said to myself I wouldn't use email, right? Let's just try to stick to that. Mail queued. Test not sending mail when still sending. Next. Mail when still sending. Oh, that's fine. Just commit each line on their own. Wow, so much progress. Yeah. Good idea. Uh-oh. How did that fail? Oh, have I seen this one before? I might have this on my list of things to watch out for. No? Do I have something about TLS decorator to do? That's the notes. That's when I worked on it. I made a note that I need to refactor it at some point. There's a slot count. What's this about? That's in the picture there. That's where it is. Okay, well, I could have sworn I had like a note that I had a transient test failure, but I guess I don't. So let's add one. Look into transient. Actually, let's make sure it's transient. So I'll copy this. I'm going to assume it's transient. Test failure. And then I'll run it again. Yeah, see, it's sometimes it crashes. Some kind of race. And it didn't give me enough information to go back and to look at, to figure out what it was. So I'm going to have to just study that code to find out why it sometimes crashes. Yeah, it's like, this is a structured exception handler exception. So something actually threw a structured exception And that's a clue. I could probably look that up. That might be, what might that be? I don't know, let's look it up. It looks kind of familiar to me. Oops, why do I still, hold on. I need to blank my screen for a second. How do I do that? I do that with this, right? Hold on, yeah, I had some personal info up. that I forgot to take down. There, I fixed it. All right. So let me open a new window, and we're going to search for that error code. Application error, access violation. Okay, so I have an access violation. I wonder why it's thrown as a structured exception though. Access violation. So some kind of, I think it's some kind of race that something is used after it's destroyed or something like that. I'm not surprised. I wrote a lot of buggy code back in whatever that stream that was back last year. So yeah, an access violation in Windows is called a segmentation fault in Linux, right? Remote connection break forwarded when no secure data buffer. Let me look at that test to see. Oh, and I got something working here that wasn't working before. I wanted to tell said who was it? Bug found about it. This button works now. I can show the source of the test. And also these little things pop up. And what fixed it was just updating Google Test to the latest version. For some reason, between 1.8.0 and 1.8.1, or past 1.8.1, they changed the format of the output. And the Google Test plugin for Test Explorer now gets all this extra info. Do you think the best programming language is Python? I think that that's a great one for when you're learning, or when you're doing machine learning, like you mentioned. Yeah, it's an excellent language. And there's lots of tutorials out there. And the only thing weird about Python is the white space, the indentation. If you can get past that and not get hung up on that, the rest of the language is awesome. Okay, so how might this crash? I configure one in as a client. I tell it to connect. So it'll go to this mock. Okay, it'll return, what does this return? What is this? Oh, that's the lower layer. It might be that I'm doing this funny stuff, that I'm taking an object that's not shared and pretending that it's shared by giving it a null destructor. I bet that's what it is. I bet the TLS decorator continues to use it after the test returns, and which will access memory that is been deallocated. Does it need to be like that? Or really, I shouldn't have written the code this way. This mock connection should be a shared pointer to one, if it really is shared with the decorator like that. Is that how it would crash here? No secure data buffered. We start processing it. We wait for it to read some data. And then we tell it that the connection's been broken. And we wait for it to close its end. And then here are the diagnostic messages. I stopped doing this as well because I figured diagnostic messages are not a requirement. So some of my old code has this, and I don't do this anymore. But it does tell me what should have happened, right? The handshake would have completed, and then it would have read some data, and then it would have closed the connection. Then what is this? A close on the layer above? Yeah, this test isn't written so well. Like, what is this broken? Oh, this is the upper layer call, and that's the lower layer call that we're waiting for. But still, yeah, I think the problem is we're sharing something that shouldn't be shared. Excuse me. How many times does that happen in this test? Very frequently. Let me make a note to look at this later. So this might be because the mock connection used in the test is a part of the test fixture. And so is the decorator, right? Right. Along with the decorator. And the decorator is given a pseudo shared. Let's just say it's given a shared pointer to the mock connection that doesn't really share it. So it's possible if the decorator continues to use the mock connection after it's been destroyed. Since the mock connection could be destroyed first, actually the way it should be destroyed in reverse order, right? Actually, I don't know if it's guaranteed. If they're declared in this order, I thought it would construct them in order and then destruct them in reverse order, but I could be wrong. I'll just say it's possible. Could be destroyed first. That we could get segmentation fault, aka access violation. All right, enough looking at that. I don't want to look at that today. This was checked in, right? Okay, I didn't push it. That's fine. Moving on. All right. Filling out the missing headers. All right, so let me run this again to make sure everything's working. So here's the cluster. So reserve, and then misclicked there. All right, new shell. We're gonna run the player console. While that's going on, let me think about what I want to include. Proper subject. Okay, I wanted to look up basic MIME stuff. Oh, is there a MIME for RFC for MIME? And is this the latest version? It's been updated. These are just internationalizing it. Okay, so this is whoops. This is really the standard to look at, right? MIME version header field. Here we go. All right, well, verbatim, so we need to include that. See, RFC 2045. Actually, let's put that in the notes. Use this, include this header verbatim. There we go. All right. Should I make a nice link to that? Insert link. I'll remove the page anchor. There we go. Okay. Okay. I think my player console is ready. Let's go to dark mode. And then go to localhost. All right. So let's say I forgot my email address, my password. I should be able to request a password reset. Actually, let me make sure the test email box is clean. Okay. This doesn't have a dark mode, does it? I don't think it does. Oh well. Sorry for the blinding light. Request password reset. I should get an email now. There's my email. Okay. So let's add all the missing things, shall we?
How do I want to add it? I don't want to hard code it because I want to be able to change it later. Proper subject. Okay, already we need to know that it's MIME. We need to set MIME version 1. And I wanted to include both text and HTML alternatives. I think one way to just help out here is I'll just send a test mail from Alex to Bob. Test HTML text mail, and I'll make sure it's sent in both. Hey there, 85 filter. Mr. Bankster, yes, CPP is right. All right. Options, text encoding. No, it wasn't text. It's delivery format. Yeah, here we go. Plain and rich text. So this should be sent in both plain and rich text. Here's an example link. Click here to reset your password. And I'll take this token actually, and we'll just formulate an email. Or formulate a link. So insert link. It's HTTPS. No. Localhost 3000 token equals that. Okay, here we go. Sending it. Oh, because I have to do this. I don't want to permanently. So I need to send it again. Oh, did I lose it? Shoot. Oh no, it's still there. It's just behind here. Send it again. There we go. Okay, now I can look at this mail. Actually, let me make sure the link works. I should be able to click that, and then I really wanted it to open in Chrome, but that's okay. We'll understand. Paste it here. And I should be able to put any password I want here, right? Correct battery horse staple. All right, cool, it worked. Hey there, Trite. How's it going? Okay, so here's the format that we want to go for. Let me pull this out, so put it into here so we can read it a little bit nicer. So these are set by the client, email client, so they don't matter. This one is set by the server, along with this. So here, essentially, I think this message ID is also set by the mail server. And so is the user agent, correct? Right, that's the receiver. Oh, wait a minute, no. We might want to set user agent to say who is sending the email, right? Okay, so there we go. So I need to look up multi-part MIME, because that's what we want. I think it's pretty decipherable. You're supposed to start with that and then a marker, and that marker shows the two parts. Excuse me. So one part is the plain, and the other part is HTML. So we're making that in HTML. I wonder if I need to look this up. If we can use the same marker every single time, okay, that's part of the boundary here. Then I can just make this whole thing a template. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to figure out how I want to configure and code up the formatting of emails that my server sends out. This is Moz do not send. There's these things I just don't recognize that I want to look up. What's Moz do not send? I send text images that load from. It has something to do with Thunderbird, apparently, or Mozilla. Something to do with this. Something. It's to make sure it's not included as an attachment. Interesting. Huh. Now, why did it do that for this mail? That's a link, not an image. I'm just not going to worry about that. It's something to do with Thunderbird, I think. Okay. I need to look up this multi-part alternative. That's probably in another RFC that I need to get familiar with, right? Looks like it is in 1521. Or is it in 1341? Ah, it's in this companion one. Okay. So there's a boundary. Where's the first point? It's referenced in the document. Okay, so the boundary delimiter must not appear inside. So we have to pick something that's not in the message body itself. So choose and specify a unique one that does not contain that. Hold on. Does not contain the boundary. Oh, of an enclosing. So if it's if it's nested within something else. The 7-bit ASCII, or what we're limited to. 2 hyphen characters followed by a boundary. Okay, is that what it does? It uses more than 2. Wait a minute. That didn't have hyphens in it, so what are they talking about here? Do. Okay. Oh, so there are 2 extra hyphens at the boundary. So if I counted this, I see there are 2 more there. That's important. So I guess I can just choose a random string, check to make sure it's not in the message, and then use that, right? So that can't be. This can't be a fixed thing in the template that I'm about to make, because if that just happens to be in the token value itself, or we have a problem. So I guess I'll make that another kind of template. No, I'll just make this part of what the envelope does, or what the sender does. So the template could be both the. How about we'll have both the text and HTML. We'll have 2 parts of the template, text and HTML, and then we'll be able to put the token at the right place through some kind of substitution. So where do I want to put the template? I don't know yet. I'm thinking either it is included with the code, so then I would have to update the server code to change the template, or it's a file we fetch from some file system. I'm inclined to use S3 because I'm planning to use that for other things. Look at my Trello board real quick. Oh, I didn't mark these off. Yeah, we're doing that. And I did a bunch of this stuff last stream and between streams. Let me mark those off. Okay. Right. I was planning to use Amazon's simple storage service, S3, for communicating, larger items, especially if we don't have a connection between server and client. Like the configuration the client needs, so the server could write it to S3 to a known location, and then the client could always just read from that. And I could also use S3 for this template thing, couldn't I? How about we'll just keep it generic for now. We'll have it just be dependency injected, this template. As how do I do that? Is that just something that the main program could call? Or no, hold on, let me think about this. Main program. What dependencies does it know? There's this environment. What's in this environment? Where the configuration file is kept. That's interesting. What? There's a configuration file, but there's another file that Raft stores. Where is Raft set up? There it is. Okay, here is this Raft persistent state. Where do we tell it where to put its files? We don't? Is it hard coded? The state file. Oh, look at that. It's hard coded. Well then. Indeed. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? I'm trying to decide here. I'm trying to decide where to put the email templates. So if this is, for example, this part here generated from a template along with the HTML version generated from a template, where do I store that in the game? I want to be able to change the template without changing the server code, right? Or does it matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I just include it with the server code. And if I want to make it more configurable, I'll do that later. Yeah, let's just do that for now. So it'll be a new file, or a pair of files, really. That'd be the easiest, to put the text in one file and the HTML in another file. Yeah, like an asset folder. Actually, that gives me that gives me an idea. I'm just thinking ahead. Like, ultimately, all the stuff I want to be able to change on the fly, I either need to transmit to the server or put it somewhere for the server to grab. And so probably this place the server can grab stuff from is S3, because that's really convenient. And if I put all the assets in a zip file, that would be even more convenient, because it's just one file. Huh. Or that, yeah. Just thinking, I have the packaging component, right? Packaging. So this had a zip file, which looks like a directory, but opens a single zip file. And if maybe for now I'll do that. I'll have an assets zip file that includes these two templates, and I can have room for other things in the future. So let's make the zip file first. So let me actually, I'll cheat here, and I'll write the template myself from Thunderbird. So from Alex, I'll write a mail to Bob. What do I want the subject to say? hope Adam doesn't mind, but you know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm gonna look at my own email and look at what Adam did for his password reset mails. Hold on, let me look it up. Gotta do this off screen because it's confidential. Okay, so the subject of his was bot land password reset. So I can make mine Omnia Reina a password reset. And so this is basically the format that he has. So hello username. You can reset your Omnia Reina password by clicking this link. Password reset link. Have fun playing. The Omnia Reina team. Hello, everyone. I see. You're doing it in email format. I gotcha. Okay, so that's basically the template Adam uses for Botland, only with my game's name in there. So let me see how I want to. Do I want to just use it as is? Let's get rid of the have fun playing. Let's just say by clicking, we'll put the link on its own line here. Let's indent it a little bit. You can reset your password by clicking the following link and providing your username. Let's say by clicking the following link and filling out. Actually, let's turn this around. By filling out the form available through the following link. Let's say someone, hopefully you, requested a password reset for your account on omniareina.com. You can reset your password by filling out the form. If you did not request a password reset, what do people typically say? Don't forget to add banners. Yeah. Hey there, Bug Found. Hey, Bug Found. I finally got the little buttons to show up here. The go to show source button, and then these are working. And the trick was I just needed to get the latest Google test, from their master branch. I guess the Google test I was using was a little bit too old. Got the latest Google test, and now I got these extra buttons. So, yeah. Thought you might like to know that. Because for you, it was always working, and we didn't know why it worked for you and not me. If you did not request a password reset, what do people usually say here? You can ignore this, or someone is trying to hack you, or what? Oh, we compared versions of the VS Code plugin, but not versions of Google Test. I had pinned Google Test to a version that I knew worked because I didn't want it to suddenly break, like what happens to me with VS Code. Please delete this email. If you did not request a password reset, okay, we'll say what the epic unknown is saying. Please delete this email. Okay, you can ignore this email. You can ignore this email. Your password will remain unchanged unless you use the link above to reset it. Something like that. Okay, so that's my form, and I want to set this so that it's also HTML. Do I want to make this into a link just to see what it looks like? Probably. So let's actually make that a link. And then I'll just replace it with, so it'll be something like this. It's being sent to Bob anyway, right? Or no, it's being sent to me. It happens to have this test email address. So the link would be HTTP. Right now it's localhost 3000 token equals, and then some kind of token. Can I just pull from the last email I got? Do I still have it? I do. Copy link location. Actually, let's put it on the same line. No, let's put it on a different line. I'm so indecisive. It's just that that link is really long. That's a huge link. I don't want, let's not have the token show up. Click here to reset your password. Something like that. Put the link there. This is exactly how I want it. I think so. All right. So it should receive here. Open up message source, copy that. Paste it over here. Okay, so here's my template. So really, I only care about 2 parts. Actually, I'm going to leave this alone in this buffer. Here's the text version. I wonder where those A's are in there. That looks to me like a Unicode problem. Let me fix that. Yeah, I think that was a Unicode issue. Actually, let me see if that appears anywhere else in the mail. It appeared there. Okay. Some kind of weird coding issue. Okay, here's the template I want for text. Or not the template, but here's what I want it to look like. Let's make that in a new file. And then the HTML version of it. Another file. Let's replace this by username. I should replace this with client URL. Token equals password reset token. Good morning, Digital Art Dev. Just setting up the templates I want to use for password reset mails. I don't need to save that yet. Here's the HTML equivalent. So there's the username. Probably just grab this whole thing, right, and put it here. Hold on, the scheme is part of the URL, so let's just remove that. Yes, I think that's what I want. Oh, and I don't want this Moz do not send. I don't think I need that. That's something that Mozilla is putting in. Why is there a break here? I don't know. I'm not gonna think. I can clean this up later. Okay, so let's save these. Where do I want to put them? I kind of want to have a directory called assets, like the Epic Unknown, or no, Romania recommended. I have the same kind of, I've done the same kind of thing before. Let's have something called assets, because what I can do is part of the build step of the, well, actually no, part of the, I'll just make a script that bundles up the assets. Will I check it in? I suppose so. So we're gonna go in there and call it password reset mail. Password reset mail template. To capitalize or not to not capitalize? That is the question. Let's capitalize. Oh, I made that the text one. Oops. We can fix this. Just go in here and do HTML. Okay, and then untitled 3 is the text version, right? Save that. I want, where's the star.star? Here it is. I want to pick that, but then name it text. It has a problem with BG color. Will it tell me what the problem is? Huh. Interesting that if I wanted it to be dark mode for everyone, I could just reverse those, couldn't I? Anyway. Okay. Let me make the script to package this up. I think I already had one, didn't I? Make package? Oh yeah, I already was using this one. With this W package, right? Yeah. So let me do this again. So we'll call it assets. And we are going to build up whatever is in root realm server assets, right? Okay. See if that works. So new shell, please. Make W package. Did it have an argument? No. Access denied. Oh, shoot. I can't use stage for making the package. Let's call it BG colors not supported in HTML5. Okay, I'll have to fix that later. So stage is where I'm putting my runtime files right now, which is why I'm getting that access denied. Yeah, and it made a huge zip file. Actually, stage is kind of where I want to put the zip files too, because I'm already ignoring that from Git, so I can have, I'm gonna do this. If the stage is there, then off of the stage it is what do you typically call the folder where you assemble something that you're going to then distribute? Would that be dist? So we'll use dist in these two places. I don't want to remove the stage though. Let's remove the distribution folder. So we're copying, we're using the distribution folder temporarily. Whoops. Why did it reverse on me? And we're going to put the result on the stage. Let's try that. So package. Yeah, okay, that's good. So that's the orchestrator and the Realm server runtime areas, and then there's my 2 zip files. So what's in assets? Oops. Why did it go there? Start, oh, because I was looking at stage. Okay, start stage. What's in there? Do I want to organize them? Maybe templates and then password reset mail? Anyway, it should be, I should be able to organize it here, right? So if I do make a new folder here, templates, and then move those 2 files into it, yes. And then we can strike the word template off. Then package. Actually, if I start it directly, it should open it, right? Yeah, okay, templates. Okay, that's good. All right. So I think for now, I'll just, that package thing, I'll just have it copy them in. Or not package. Let me think about this. I can do that, but I can also do that when we stage. Right, or update? Yeah, so let's do that here as well. So to run the packaging script on, and put in on the stage the assets. Okay, that'll work. So when I run this again, hold on, before I do that, let me get rid of the asset. So delete, let's just delete stage all the zip files. And then when I run this, it should restage them, right? Yes. So that needs to be replicated by the orchestrator for now, because it's sort of bundled with it. So I need to update the orchestrator. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. I'm sorry playing with scissors. I know you're having a tough day. Is there anything that chat can do to help you? Should we just rally together emotional support? And since, yeah. Sorry, my mind is a little cloudy today. Mr. Muffles, when are you going to stream again? If you do stream, Mr. Muffles, I hope my chat will go check out your channel. Mr. Muffles is working on his own. What was it the right description? Metroidvania game in Unity. Would you just say it's also roguelike, or is it just Metroidvania? I can't remember. I get a little bit confused sometimes between different streamers. But I like Mr. Muffles' game because it always looks to me pretty polished. It's very reminiscent of Ghouls and Ghosts. It's a very cool game. Just behaving so you don't have to do mod work is enough. I see, yeah. Well, my chat's pretty good about that most of the time, isn't it? It's roguelike, except it doesn't have many rogue elements yet. Thanks for the resub playing with Skizzers. Looks like I still am chopping your name off. I apologize for that. I need to make it a little bit wider to fit your name. I probably already have a note for that, so now I feel bad. So, widen sub notification to fit playing. And you know what? I'm going to blame it on the K. I'm sure if it was scissors and not skizzers, it would have fit. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. All right. Yeah, so this assets, wherever I do that, I want to also, wait a minute. That's the origin. Okay, that's where we're put. Okay, got it. So wherever we mention that, I want to copy it again. TLS decorators say you don't require any prerequisites. Yeah, you want me to fix that now? I have a bunch of those, I just was too lazy to go fix. So, TLS decorator. probably has the old README that doesn't list prerequisites. Yeah, so that's wrong. The real prerequisites you can see from the CMake list when you go to target link libraries. So it needs system abstractions, and then these three come from LibreSSL, although I think you can also get them from OpenSSL. So I can fix that just since you mention it now. So I can look for that and just copy that to the README. Oh, shoot. I lost my place. Keep forgetting. Double click to pin it. Okay, good. So that is an additional prerequisite. And then LibreSSL. There we go. Okay, so that's technically correct. It's libcrypto and others, right? And what others? It depends on what I list here. TLS, SSL, and crypto. So it's libTLS, libSSL, and libcrypto as provided by packages such as LibreSSL. Sorry about that, Nui. So yeah, we have two prerequisites. This, I think, is a leaf node, so to speak. It doesn't have any of the prerequisites, and these, I don't think they inherently have prerequisites, but I'm not sure. And should I list any test prerequisites? Well, it's the same, so I guess I could. Did I say anything about Google Test here? Thanks for the follow, Philippe. I don't see anything about that. I think I just leave it the way it is. Check that in before I forget. I need to do the same thing for a lot of the other older libraries I did, where I wasn't so good about listing prerequisites. So add missing prerequisites to README. All right. Close this stuff. Okay. Yeah, I was searching for CA-certs PEM. I think I'm just going to hard code that asset zip should be there for now. So I won't bother configuring it like I do there. But yeah, it needs to be listed here. Assets.zip. Anywhere else? Okay, that both the package and update will just put it there, so that's good. Okay, that'll work. Okay, build. I need to stop the orchestrator when I do that, because I'm building it. Then reserve. Let's see if it shows up there now. So under the stage, yep, there's my assets folder. So that we have the email templates ready now. So I just need to do read those files and then do substitution on them. Thanks for the follow, Denny. It didn't fit with the C either. Oh, right, both lines. Yeah, I think if I widen it, it should fit. Yeah, I'll fix that. Also, the situation with Google Test is unfortunate. Google recommends building it as part of your code, so the settings. However, you never did it, so you have to modify the build system. So I do build it as part of my code. What I do is I pull down Google Test straight from their Git repo. Are you not doing that? So hold on. For example, my main CMake list includes Google Test. I had to do a little bit of fix up to it. I didn't want to use Gmux. I had to turn it off, and then I turned that on. I don't know if it's on by default, but yeah. So you might have to do the same thing. Clone Google Test and then add it as a subdirectory, and then it should be built with the code. You're building the repos one by one since you don't want to pull everything. Oh, yeah. So the ones you'll have to pull are TLS Decorator, LibreSSL, my abstraction library, and Google Test. And maybe I should list that. Do I mention it anywhere else? No. Well, okay. First time for everything. Let's do it. Let's list it here under as prerequisites. Google Test. And then let me get the URL correct. It's this. And the Google C++ test framework. That should be fine. Whoops. Mention Google Test as a prerequisite for building. So really the only thing kind of missing is that the CMake list for that component, they do not actually build Google Tests, so it doesn't, because TLS Decorator doesn't build on its own. I think I have a note for that here somewhere. All right, this library is not intended to stand alone. It's intended to be included in a larger solution which uses CMake. So I could expound on that and say when you make the larger solution which uses CMake, you have to include this TLS Decorator's CMake list and then also pull in these prerequisites into that same build system. That's essentially what you're doing, right? So maybe I should make that more clear. I'm not exactly sure how to do that yet, but maybe leave myself a note on how to do this. I'll leave myself a note to think about a good way to do this. What do I want to say this? Meditate on best way to improve the README files and make so that it's clear how to build new project solution workspaces that pull in specific components, e.g. how to build TLS Decorator and its prerequisites without pulling in anything you don't need. You know what I could do is I could, along with the CMake list that I provide here, I could provide like an example, like CMake list top.example that has just the parts of my main CMake, like this part, and then the add subdirectory here, these two, and LibreSSL is this stuff, and then just package that together, right? That might be a good thing. No one reads them? Well, that's why on the GitHub, the README shows up on the main page for the Git repository now, right? So force you to read it. Okay. I'll do that. I'll do that at some point. Let's see. So the assets are in there. And I need to have a test for this, right? So we'll need to have some kind of zip file made by the test framework the same way. Does packaging make zip files? I think it just reads them. Yeah. I don't have a way to write them, do I? That's okay. I can make a zip file assets just for that test, right? So, for example, I can make a copy of this assets. Actually, hold on. I can do better than that. I can take the zip file I made. And copy that to Realm server test. Put it there somewhere. What happens if I open it anyway? Does it show it to me in raw text? Yeah. Yeah, you can actually see what's in there, sort of. It's interesting. Okay, yeah, I think that'll work. I just need to do one additional thing. When I build the test, I need to copy that file over, right? See if I can do this. So where's another test? Where's another CMake where I had to copy a file? The TLS decorators test, right? I had to do that. And that... Oh, no, I didn't. You have so many warnings to fix? File copy, yeah, I did that somewhere. My thinking process is very slow today. It had to do with the CA certs. I was just looking at that, right? Yeah, here we go. This one. Post build command. That's what I want. I want to do that in this one. So copy if different, target. So it's not a target property, it's just a file. It will be CMake current source. Oh, no, I can do current. I just have to get rid of the whole word thing. There we go. Yeah, this one. Put it down here. Slash, right? Slash assets.zip. And put it into this is target file dir. Yeah. Basically, wherever the target of this build goes, put it there. Let's see if that works. What did it build here? Okay, so it should be there now. I just need to verify. Start build. Realm server test. There it is. So when we run the unit test, we should have the assets. So the assets are going to be common for every test. So I need to remember that they're common for every test for the game. All right. Mail queue. Oh no, I'm not testing mail queue now, right? Oh, look at that. I had an extra space there. Delete it. Fix it when I commit. Not fix it. I mean, look, I'll make that a separate little commit. I guess that's what I'm testing next is the password reset stuff, right? Yeah, here we go. So all I was doing so far was checking that the body contained the reset token somewhere inside of it. So now I'm going to update this test to make sure the body actually matches the template. So how am I going to do that? I guess I will have this test framework do the same substitution. I'm testing the substitution though. I think I actually want a literal copy of the substituted email body. Yeah, okay, so I should also be checking. This is just to see if the headers included the 2, right? Why was I doing a search through them all? Oh, because there could be multiples, right? But no, in this case there wasn't any multiples. Why did I do it that way? I should have just said assert. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't want to have an assert. Yeah, that's probably why. Well, that's a bad way of doing it, though. I know what I can do. Found2 equals mail command. Oh, is it because I didn't want to search it twice? Yeah, that might have been why. Okay, fine. We'll leave it the way it is. That's so I also want to do the subject, right? So expect that we find the subject. Found subject. And what do I expect? Whatever's in my template. So let me go look at the template. Yes. Can't look at it easily here. But it should be what I just made here. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't store that. I didn't even store it. It was here. Yeah. I want that. I should trim away things that I don't need to worry about. All of that I don't need to worry about. I do need to. I do need from subject. I don't need that. I need the date. I want to have user agent, I think. I need the MIME. I need the multi-part alternative. Language English in US? I guess so. That's probably not going to change unless I learn a different language. Or I let the user pick their favorite language. Actually, that might be something I do later. So for now, we'll just assume it's constant. Okay, so I'm missing from date. Okay. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Actually, there's a better way to do this. We'll do it this way. There will be a map from string to string. Headers to find. And at the end here, we'll expect equal an empty map. So that we can see what's actually in the map. Or headers to find. And then here we'll say, let's see, what? Auto header to find. Headers to find entry. Equals headers to find dot find header first. If headers to find entry is not equal to headers to find end, then we found it. And so I'll have the expect first. We'll expect them to match. So headers to find entry second should match header second. And then I'm going to remove it. So headers to find erase headers to find entry. And I don't need the return value of that erase. I can just break out and don't need this part. This is getting in my way. It's kind of annoying. I wonder if I can turn that off. Catch or test. Show, hide. I don't know. Figure it out later. Why does it not like this? I wonder if it's... Sometimes I have trouble with Google Test and I had to put extra parentheses. Yeah, see how it cleared it up? Show debugger tooltip. Nope. Okay, if I could probably turn it off here in the catch 22, catch 2, right? Not there. How about Test Explorer? Code Lens. Aha. False. Yay, it's gone. If I want it back while I'm testing, I can add it back in. So there we go. That's how we turn it off. Did I use Test Explorer anywhere else? I kind of want to group them together. Nope. Okay, fine. Now it's out of my way. So I don't need these froms anymore. I just need to initialize this with all the things I expect. So one will be 2, and that should match the email address. This one. You hate those code lens things? Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with them if they don't get in the way, but that one was getting in the way. Like, it should know that I'm modifying the source so that the lens should be out of date. From, okay, now this comes from the configuration. So, let's remember where I was. Then go to common. I don't remember what I put in the configuration. I think I put admin or something. Admin. That's the reverse path we should get. Subject. This subject. Okay, and if this expectation fails, let's shift out the key so that because it'll print out the values and I might not necessarily know which key that was for. Okay, so what else? Date. Oh, we'll search that separately because the date will be something else every time, right? I just want to see. Let's just add that down here. So expect true that mail command headers dot has. Wait a minute. Was this a vector? Oh shoot. Okay, I guess that we have to do it the old other way. So bool found date. So we'll do that here, up here first. If header.first equals date. Continue. Found date is true. Thanks for the follow, Mahmooder. User agent, sure. Oh, I needed to change that. It's not Thunderbird anymore. What do we want to say? It's my client, so I can call it whatever I want, right? Omnia Reigna 0.1.0. Oh, I'm putting it in the wrong place. Oh no, this is just a scratch pad. That I'll build in. I guess I'm hard coding that for now. I want to get the server's version number eventually, right? Or does it even matter? I should look this up. Does user agent actually need a version number? User agent. I guess maybe we'd find that in SMTP, right? Or RFC 822. Oh, no, I want the nice one. RFC, okay, I know a way to do this. You just copy this part, do a new tab, and I'll put it here, and I'll say 822. There we go. Okay, 2822 obsoleted it. 53. This is the latest then. 5322. User agent. Okay, it's not described. Shoot. I thought it would be there. Let's just do user. Did I search the right thing though? I did. Let's just do RFC. It's got to be mentioned somewhere. That's HTTP. Product tokens. Okay, the version is optional. Looks like most people do it. Okay, it's optional. I don't want to have it right now. All right. user dash agent MIME version. We definitely need that, right? Content type, but then this boundary is a variable. So that's a special one there, right? Yeah. So found bool, found content type. The other one that's fixed is content language. For now. Okay, else if header first equals content type. Let's just get rid of these continues and just say else. All right, so part of this is fixed, so I should say it begins with that and ends with that, right? And it might not necessarily have dashes, so I'll just ignore what's inside there. So expect true that, actually let's make these into static const string front is that. And it's just a single double quote at the end, right? So I don't need a string for that. So expect true that header.second.substring 0 front.length equals front. Actually, I guess I can just say equals. Okay, then expect equal double quote. I can put it on the same line actually. For header second a substring header length -1. What happens if we give substring a negative number? I can never remember these things, so I just have to look them up. String? World is going to end if I do substring -1. We get it out of range if it's greater than size. Yeah, what if position is negative? It doesn't say. Okay, it doesn't say, so I'm going to be wary about it. So I'll say if header empty. Actually, I can make this more strong. Assert false. Header empty. Header second empty. I could put that up here. So then that. Okay, I don't need substring, do I? I just need to index. That the last character is double quote. Why does it not like that? Has no length. That's because it should be second length. Okay. That's pretty strict and that should test the template. I should probably just have this up here as well, right? There should be something in the date. I could also try parsing that and make sure it is a date. That's maybe a little bit overkill. Okay, so I control the token, right? No, I have it in the token command. Right, so I just need to take the expected and then replace that in and just compare them, right? Yeah. Oh, you'll be able to finish your code before the world ends, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's see. That's the headers. So then the body, it's just one big expect equal, right? So we're going to assemble some huge abomination and compare it to the body, which is where? Mail command body. Okay. And that takes the place of this thingy. Alright, so let's put that down here for now. Yeah, that password reset token. So, oh, and I should extract the boundary, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do that. So, standard string multi-part boundary. It's a boundary? I think it is. So let's make this a stronger assert. And yeah, that can be soft. And then multi-part boundary is header second substring front length, and then the count would be header second length. Hold on, let's put that on its own line. The whole length minus the front length minus 1, right? For the double quote, and that should just be the boundary part. So then I can assemble the expected body here. So it's going to be this thing. All right, now some little search replace magic here. So replace in selection regular expression beginning of the line with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, double quote. Then replace the end of the line with just a double quote. Oh, hold on. Try that again. I want to put the carriage return line feeds in there. In selection, end of line with carriage return line feed, double quote. Oh no, not that. Not that. Carriage return and then escape line feed. Actually, do I have to escape both of them? I probably do. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so here's where we're going to insert the multi-part boundary. And if I remember right, it was this much of it. So delete that and then put a plus in there. And I got to do the same thing down here. And then at the end, right? There's 3 of them? The same boundary for all of them, I think. Yeah, okay. So here 2. That had 2 extra dashes, really? Okay. Guess so. Let me make sure. So if that is the boundary, then yeah, there's 2 extra dashes, 2 extra dashes, and 2 in the front and the end. Okay, got it. All right. That's the boundary part. And then there's the username. So that's the username, isn't it? It's just Alex. Blah blah blah. And then here is whatever the server thinks its address is. That I might need to configure. No, it's wherever the server thinks the client's address is. Yeah, I want to configure that. So I probably don't even have that anywhere. I have the server hostname, but I never have the client hostname anywhere. So that's a global thing for the whole game, right? So let's just put it down here. Client URL. So for me, testing, it's this. Like that. But in the real game, it'll be the real front end's main website. Okay, so I need to pull this also into the test framework. So let's search for that. Here is the test framework's equivalent of it. Comma. There we go. And so that will replace. Actually, that's what I already had, wasn't it? In the test. Yep. Okay. So this token equals, and then here's where we're going to put in the token, which I had left down here. That's this much of it, right? So delete, put in the token there. And then down here again. And I know I need to fix the double quotes. Hey, play poker badly? So on NUI, you're saying on Linux, process detach fails and you're building with release with debug info? Really? Okay, I didn't know that. I had not seen that on my Linux, so let me try to reproduce that later. What else am I doing differently? I don't think I'm doing release with debug info when I test. That might be why. On 1804? Okay. I mean, they could take a note of that. I don't remember what I'm on. I'm on like somewhat older version of Linux Mint. Sorry it took me 5 minutes to respond to that. I guess I just get into the zone and I don't see it. Okay, so some of these quotes have to be fixed, right? Towards the guide, let me go here and look for quote. So boundary needed to be quoted. I already did that? Oh no, that's in the headers. Okay, it's all in the HTML. So starting with the meta tag, right? So these. Actually, I can do this, right? With a search replace? No, I can't because I should have done it before I added the double quotes. All right, so there and there, there and there, here, 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 here. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Here and here. Backslash. Let me get rid of this. Do not send. Let me make sure that's not in the template. Yeah, I already removed it. Okay, so this, oops. There's also no new line there. Click here, okay. Did I make any other changes that I just was too silly to see? Yeah, didn't see before? Think that's good? Think we're good? Yeah, okay, well, we'll see if the test fails or if it passes or fails. We'll know. So this is gone then. Okay, so now we're just checking to see, is it constructed completely correctly? I think the test is ready. It will fail in various places. Actually, it's gonna probably fail on that. Actually, no, it won't. It's only if I have a date. So where will it probably fail? It'll fail on every one of these headers. It will fail on that. Yeah, we're gonna see a bunch of failures. Oh, I shouldn't have run them all. Anyway, actually, we already got there. There's the problem. Right, so it had all of these headers missing. It didn't find the date or the content type, and the body didn't match at all. What's cool is that it does a diff, so we can see the diff there. See that it was just showing that only, and not all of this. The replacement's correct. I mean, the test is correct in expecting what it should expect, right? No, that's not right. I screwed that up. It should have been Alex, not me. I did not request a password reset. It was Alex, I swear. Alright, I did it in the text, but not in the HTML. That's what it was. Okay. Anyway, let's do the code now. So... I'll probably need to get to the assets frequently, right? So it probably makes sense that the main... Not the main component. Okay, that's teaching me something actually that I accidentally called coordinator the main component. That's not necessarily true. The entire server might need access to those assets. I think it should be part of configuration. Configuration is given to everyone. So let's add it here that we expect to see assets. So I think right now configuration is just a simple data structure. With a subscription list, yes. Right, it's got settings and next settings. It doesn't really go with configuration though. It's really its own thing. Just delegate it to the main program? No, I want to be able to change it on the fly, and the main program doesn't know about that. So architecturally speaking, which components should be in charge of the assets? I don't know. Probably a completely new component that we would give the assets to all the other components that need it. Actually, I'm thinking about the ECS. The game logic could go into that. I mean, if the game logic was in the assets, then the ECS system could also be using the... Okay, yeah, let's make assets a new component. New component! So start with the test. So we have assets tests. Yeah, I like this. So it abstracts away how we do the assets so into one place. I like it. Okay, because eventually, instead of it being on the local file system, it'll be fetched from S3. All right, so then I need to make an assets test. So let's take command tests and duplicate it and call it assets tests. Assets tests. So configuration becomes assets. And that's lowercase. I probably screwed that up a lot. Yep, I did. So undo that one. Let me do this oops, wrong key. Control H. Not regular expression, but full match case, match whole word, and call it assets. All right. And then the other variable is configuration. That I can do now with Control-Shift-L. Okay. So we don't need this. I don't think we're going to need any setup, but I should fix this problem. I've been forgetting to put override there. Okay. So I guess one test would be to get the email text template. Actually, what am I calling it exactly? Password reset. Okay, that's right. Password reset mail text template. Okay. So I picked that because it's small enough, so I can just take that string and say put it here. Put it there. Fix this up so it's regular expression within selection. Beginning of line with 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Quote. Replace. Take the end line and make it carriage return, line feed, double quote. Cool. So that's the exact contents I expect for assets. I think we'll just say get and then the full path. So that's where whatever path I put it in. Templates. Password reset mail text. And that's all I really care about. So that's the end. So that's the test. And we need to add the header file for it. So that would alphabetically go first, actually. Yeah, it's public. Assets HTTP. And then source. Just source assets, right? CVP, okay. Wow, it's almost 2 hours already? Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, so I'm gonna take configuration. Rename, copy it, rename it assets. Oh, this is the old style header. Guard. New styles pragma once, no end if at the end. This is renamed to assets. There's no JSON, there's no functional, there's no memory. No memory, yeah, we still need that. Okay, this is the assets component of the Realm server. It holds, well, it serves as an abstraction to how asset files are made available to the server. There we go. That's what we'll say. Yeah, I might have to have callbacks at some point, right? If the assets are changed. I'll do that later. Lifecycle methods, sure. Public methods, it's just a get, and I think we'll just make it a string. The file contents will be a string. Return the contents of the asset with the given path. Sure. This is returned. And then how come that's not wrapping correctly? Okay, param is a path. This is the path of the asset to, of which to return a copy. All right, so it needs the path here. And then the rest of it's gone. Down to private properties, which is just a pimple pattern. Okay, string needs to include string. All right. So we need the CVP. Configuration, copy, paste, assets. Rename to assets. And let's see, what do I need here? I want to use the packaging zip file, so let me pull it in. Actually, do I have that as a dependency yet? Do not. Now I have it. Let's at this point run the CMake thing so I can. IntelliSense can help me out here. Help me out, IntelliSense. Should be able to say packaging zip file. There we go. I'd probably want to have a mute. Actually, do I need a mutex? Does this already have a mutex? Oh, look at that. It already has a mutex. So it's already thread safe. So I don't need a mutex here at all. Probably not. I don't need map either, probably. Okay, so this is all old crap. So I can get rid of this down to, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, down to there. And then I think we just want to store, we just want to have the zip file. So packaging zip file assets are really zip. We'll call it zip. This is the object used to read the assets from the zip file, which holds them on the server file system. All right. Get rid of all the other things here. Methods, I don't think I need any. Not yet, at least. Boilerplate stuff, and then the get is standard string. Trying to learn Python, I had a few questions. Sure, go ahead. I don't claim to be a Python expert, but maybe I know the answer. Get takes a path. And do I want it to be const? I don't know if it can be const actually, because it might modify some cache in the zip file. Actually, I guess I can look at zip file and find out. So zip file is read const. Nope. Okay, so this can't be const either. So it has potentially some side effect. All right, so we won't implement, we'll just return empty string here just to get it to compile. And fail the test, and then we'll fill it in. Erg. Okay. Unit test. Assets test. Run. Fail. It should give me out empty string. Yep, empty string. Okay. So to do the real test, hold on a second. Trying to get into coding, you settle down in Python, so you're reading about it everywhere. Question is, what's the best way to learn, in my opinion? Someone go through the tutorials, what do you build? Are you asking for ideas on what to try to write? It kind of depends on what you're most interested in. Like, if you like game dev, if you like the idea of making your own game, look up Pygame. I think it's called Pygame. It's been a while. Pygame? Yeah, Pygame. So try to make a game in Python. There's all sorts of tutorials in the community here to help you do that. If you're more interested in algorithm stuff, there you look under machine learning. There's like libraries for Python to help you try to do some machine learning, like image recognition or something cool like that. You can look into that. If you're still like feel that you need to learn more about Python and you're not comfortable yet with it, I would suggest picking some simple, but not simple. I'd say pick an intermediate level small program, like try to write a blackjack game or something in Python. Something that takes in input, has to have some kind of state, like the cards that you have, whether or not the cards are showing, that kind of thing, and try to do that. Some kind of simple output could just be text output, and then you could change it later to have graphics. Something that you can start off simple and then kind of have it grow to be more advanced. That might be good, because then you can do it in iterations. Do it a simple text input, text output at first, then try to add graphics, then try to add a more complicated game. Start with a simple card game, make it more complicated later. Those are some ideas. But yeah, it really depends on what you're interested in, because keeping it fun and interesting will really help you stick to it and learn from it. Thanks for the follow. Okay. Web dev, that's true. So if you're into making web pages, look up Django, and let me think about this. If you really wanted to stick with Python, Django, but the more you get into web dev, the more you'll probably realize that you'll want to learn JavaScript as well, as of course HTML and CSS. But yeah, web dev with Django. I haven't done that myself, so it didn't come to mind at first. But that is a Python framework for making a website in Python. That's server-side stuff. The client side, you might still want JavaScript, right? And has anyone put Python in the web browser yet? Because I know with WebAssembly, they've gotten C into the web browser, but I don't know about Python. Okay, so how is this going to implement? We need to open that zip file. I guess we'll do it in the constructor? Does that make sense? That sounds good to me, so we'll just call open, impl, zip open. Yeah, we'll just hopefully it'll work, right? And then, okay, so where to get the file? I have an idea of using the same kind of technique I was using before. I have some helpers here that are like get exe something, right? This one. Get the parent of our executable and add something to it. And the thing we will add will be assets.zip. We'll just hard code it for now. And then I'll just assume that it works, because if it doesn't work, then when we call read, it'll just give us errors anyway. There's asm.js. Python was once in the browser? I'd be curious to know that. Because then if someone else comes along later and says, I'm interested in Python, but I want to do web dev, we can say Django for the server and blank for the client. Okay, get. I think we're just delegating this. Zip.read. Okay, we give it the file name and where to store the contents. So that means I need to get the size first, right? Size. Yeah, so we get the size first. Const auto size equals that, and then I guess we're making a string. Can I do it this way? There's no way to reserve it with. I thought there was a constructor for string that would do this. Where my CPP reference? Here it is. So, okay, we were already there. Does one of the string constructors let me reserve an area, so to speak? Oh yeah, count and character. So what if I make it size, spaces, and then can we just fill it in with the data method to get the address? Let me see. Data. Modifying the character array access through the const overload. Okay, we're not going to use the const overload. We'll use the non-const overload. So let's be explicit about that. So char contents buffer equals contents data. And then I can call impl zip read path again. Right, I wanted to, okay, there we go. So it's contents buffer, comma, and then the size. Return the contents. Uh-oh, really? Oh, shoot. I can't do that. I was worried about that, and I didn't. I should say I should have been worried about that. Is there a way to fill in, or am I gonna need to use vector? Okay, I'll just use vector. How did that S get there? That's weird. Must have mistyped. Can you do that though? Can you take the we're talking about the indexer, right? The operator indexer. Where is it? This one. Can you take that reference and treat it like an array? The behavior is undefined if this character is modified to any value other than... It says, yeah, this behavior is undefined. I want to avoid undefined behavior. Yeah, I'll just give up and use a vector. Actually, let's use the kind of vector that this one natively supports, uint8t. So that is from standard int. And everyone who gets pedantic about the size of characters is going to hate me for this, but I'm basically assuming that we only need 8 bits for a character. Content size, yes. So then I don't need that, and I just read the contents. And that might return false. I don't care. We're just going to try our best. And here, if I want it to be a string, I'll just use the string constructor that copies. This is what I wanted to avoid. I don't think it's actually that bad. Only for a really, really huge file would it make a difference. Oh yeah, so playing with Skizzers, you probably hate this, that since a string is a name for basic string of char, where do I show that? Basic string, standard string. So if standard string is a type def for basic string of char, see the char? But my vector is of uint8t's, this thing makes the assumption that these chars can fit in 8 bits. So someone pedantic might say, well, on my weird computer, characters are 9 bits wide, so this is going to fail. I guess my only retort to that would be that all of these files are UTF-8 encoded, which means that they have to fit into 8. Each character has to fit into 8 bits, and we even say so there. So that's my safety valve. I could say, sure, char in general might be limited to, or might be more than 8 bits, but the actual files that I'm reading from will fit in 8 bits, in the lower 8 bits. So there, I've answered the pedants, hopefully. But that is something that you should know if you're programming in C++, that string is a type def for basic string of char, and char and uint8 are not necessarily the same size. So you have to be aware that this might chop off upper bits if char was bigger than 8 bits wide. This is always 8 bits because of the 8 in the name. So yeah, gotta be careful. Also, it throws away the sign because it's unsigned. Char is a signed type. So there you go. Issues that you might have to face in the future. Anyway, I think that's all I need. This should just work and we'll be able to proceed. Yay. Okay, so I have assets. Now I need to get the assets into the coordinator. I think I will first attack it at the common here. Because probably in the mobilize? Or is it configure? I can't remember. Okay, it is mobilize. So here we will add yet another thing here called assets. So this configuration, next to this we'll put the assets. Assets. 9-bit characters a thing? I don't know. It's just you see these sort of academic discussions all the time on the interwebs, but people like to say, to point out to other people's code, your code's buggy because you assume a character is 8 bits wide, and there might be some computer where characters are 16-bit, and yada yada. It's like, but it's UTF-8. It has to fit within 8 bits. You used to use white string in Windows, but now you're just using, yeah. If you know it's UTF-8, by definition, every element of the encoding of UTF-8 has to fit into 8 bits. So it doesn't matter if your characters are larger than 8 bits, all the upper bits are going to be 0 anyway, unless it's bad input. And yeah, as long as it's at least 8, then you're fine. Just need to set the console into the right mode first. Yeah, that's right. Now, Is it possible the char is can be less than 8 bits? I don't know. I don't remember that. That would be a different problem. I think though the standard probably says has to be at least 8. Okay, assets we get from Realm server assets. Okay. Okay, compiler error driven development proceeds now. Hey there, Adreev, how's it going? It's interesting, I'm not getting oh, I'm in the wrong file, that's why. Yeah, so assets is not something mobilized once, so we will change that. Let's go first to the declaration and add it here. Hey there, Cthulhu. How's it going? Assets. Right now I'm introducing assets to the server. Our first assets are the email templates for resetting your password. Param in assets. This is the object through which... Cool. Hi, chat. This is the object through which the server accesses any asset files required by the game. Alright, assets it is. Assets, again, has its own header now. It's its own subcomponent. I need to add it to my diagram at some point. Okay, so that is the declaration. That's the definition. I'm just, wherever I store the configuration, I'll store the assets. How about that? Where do I do that? Ah, right here. I think I'll just store it straight in the main implementation. So I'll take that, and I'll just put it like near one of these guys. Yeah, near the timekeeper. So that is copied from here. Okay. So next, compile again. It's going to fail in the main program. I'm just using this as a convenient way of getting there. Okay, there's actually a couple places. I need assets in this framework here. Where is this configuration? So no, I already have assets. Okay. So next error. Assets goes after configuration. That's an old error. There's a new one. Okay. Configuration is declared up here, so let's make assets. Which is available here. Aha. Assets. Is there another one? No. What's funny is I never even set that here manually. I think I set it through the GUI and then immediately got deprecated the next day. Yeah, I don't care. Deprecate it all you want, Microsoft. Okay, time to test. That would be here, right, where we had the test using it. Okay, still doesn't work. Oh, right, because I never did the code to actually use the template. Okay. Yeah, I get a little bitter about updates because that happens to a lot of people, right? Microsoft updates something, and then before you know it, your setup is broken because Microsoft decided to update something. If they updated things and they didn't break other things, we wouldn't care, right? It's when things get broken. It's like, well, why do you have to break stuff on us? At least tell us you're going to update and let us like choose to update it or not because it might break, right? Assets. Yes, so we need them here. That's not the right place. Config. No, auth, right? Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat. I'm going to look for where this string is in the code. It's there. Quick navigation. Okay, so instead of just hard coding the body, we're going to pull from the template and do substitution. So do I have a utilities? Or have I just been putting them under here? I think I've just been putting general utilities here. No, that's okay. That's one thing. Yeah, like these are utilities, like generating tokens. So here's a good place to put another helper, right? So standard string will be. I want to make a reusable string substitution thing. A lot of private contributors. Yeah, I know, but it's fun to blame Microsoft, isn't it? So string. What's the right term here? Like, do substitutions. Employ. I need the right verb. Something substitutions. Or template. Instantiate template? Sure. Instantiate template. Template. Oh, I can't use template. That's a reserved word. Template text. And then we'll just keep it as a map from string to string, right? This will be variables. Okay. And then what are we making here? Take the given template and produce a string which is a copy of the template, but with substitution markers replaced by the values of corresponding entries in the given collection of variables. Alright, so param input template text. This is the template to instantiate. People reading my code are going to get really confused, thinking, oh, is this C++ templates? Variables. This holds the values of variables which may be substituted in the template. There's probably a better way of describing that. Instantiated template is returned. Alright. So let me make a placeholder for that right now that does nothing. I'm doing this step by step. Just a placeholder, we'll just return the template text. And then where I'm going to use it is back in auth. And I already lost the position of it. Yeah, there it was. I should bookmark that. Wouldn't that be smart? Bookmark. Let's remove the old bookmarks. Okay. So we're going to use, instead of this, we're going to use impl. Oh, I already forgot what I called the damn thing. Instantiate template. There we go. Okay, no, so I need a template. So here I'm going to ask the assets to get me template templates password reset mail dot. So we'll just do the text version first. And the variables. So what variables do I absolutely need? I need username and client URL and password reset token. So username is in here somewhere. Username. Of course it's here. Client URL is in the configuration, right? So impl config cached configuration. Whatever I called it. Oh, well, thank you, Funcshi. It helps working with other people when they have to read your code. I tend to think I like to be able to read my own code, and so when I do read my own code, I want it to be at least following a consistent style so that I don't struggle over the syntax. It's helping my future self out a lot. That's why I do it. But I think it also helps when you're working with other people. If they get used to your style, then they like you, that you are consistent. Okay, what's the configuration I needed? Client URL. I put it here. Yes. And then what else did the template need? Password why did I got this wrong, didn't I? Oh, I was going to use uppercase and I used lowercase. I'll just go with lowercase. It's fine. It's all fine. So this password reset token is just token, right? I need it to be the base64 encoded version of it, though. Oh, it was base64 encoded. There we go. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, code can be ugly or pretty. And also, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm sorry, playing with scissors. You're having an awful day. Is there something you can look forward to after the workday is done? More of that special alcohol that I can't remember the name that starts with an F? For some reason, that name just like flies out of my head after 5 minutes. Just look forward to the drink you can have when you get home. Yes, there are good PHP programmers, and one of them is playing with skizzers. All right. Oh, thank you, Jesta. I've been told that my voice sounds like, I can't remember it now. Adam said that my voice sounded like some YouTuber. Do you remember playing with skizzers? Who the YouTuber was? Fernay. That's it. How am I going to remember that word? It kind of reminds me of hornet for some reason. You don't remember? It's on the tip of my tongue. I'll have to ask Adam again. It's whenever I raid Adam and he has a command for me, and it's in that command. Anyway, this will, if this works, it should put that into the template and set it as a body. So this gets us a little bit further, right? Because it should, at least we should see the template come out on the test end. Furry network, Furnet? So it's not, see, I pronounced it like it would be in French. Fernet. Furnet. Okay. Good to know. I studied French in school, like for a long time, and then forgot it, mostly. But what I do remember is where it ends in ET, it's A. Okay. Furry booze. Yeah, there you go. But he ran out of it. You have to get more. Auth player, yes. Let's see if it's improved. Huh. Only one line got read out. Oh, no. There are different diffs. And it didn't do the substitutions. Okay, well, it got out without substitutions. So time to do the substitutions next, I think. Substitutions. So I have it in mind to do something awful, which is to do a state machine. You guys love state machines, right? So we will have a builder called ostringstream, stream. You guys love it when I do state machines, right? So that's builder. And we're going to return builder's output that way. Yeah, I don't think it's French though, because I think if you look up Fernet, it is a drink that's popular in Argentina. So we're talking Spanish-speaking world, Latin. So it would be however it's pronounced in Spanish probably would be more appropriate. So I guess that's Fernet. It's Italian. Okay. I read that it was very popular in Argentina. You have a quality tool returning found 149 errors. What kind of errors though? Maybe the errors are your coworkers. Do you have 149 coworkers? It might be trying to tell you something playing with Skizzers. Okay, so I'm gonna make an awful state machine. Actually, let's try to make it a little bit less awful. I did this last night working on some S3 stuff to make an anonymous, well, a scoped type called an enum class state. State equals state. Normal. Normal, and then there'll be a state for token start, token end. Actually, I don't need a token end. Just token start. In the ORM you're using. Object relational model. Yes. I'm probably going to have an escape state. I don't need that yet, but if the template actually wanted to put this in it without substituting it, I probably want to just escape it. Or, you know, without the quotes, it would look like that. Okay, so I'm going to do for auto C in template text. And we'll say switch on the state. Yes, Raimu loves state machines. Case state normal. Coworkers can be a pain. Oh, you don't have coworkers anymore? Well, then what were you complaining about? I thought it was coworkers. You said bad PHP programmers. Are they not your program? These bad PHP programmers are not coworkers? They're just other people, other random people in the PHP world? I'm sorry playing with Skizzers. Alright, in the normal state, there's two characters we gotta look for, right? If it's the escape character, then we're gonna move to the escape state. If it's the $sign character, we gotta move to the token start state. Else, we move to something else. If it's escape, we're gonna eat it. If the token start, we're also gonna eat it. Otherwise, we're going to shift it out. Okay. Next state. Escape. Which validation library? Spot ORM? Or is that the ORM? Oh, the ones who made that. Well. Have you seen any... Well, hold on, let me start over. There's something to be said about legacy programming. Working with legacy code. I think that's what you're suffering under playing with Skizzers. It's actually a skill that I think employers ought to treasure if they don't, which is the ability to work with legacy code, tolerate it. It's kind of like working, it's kind of like going into someone's house and they're a slob and there's garbage everywhere, and you just have to kind of like not mention anything. They're still, you're still there for a reason, like maybe you have to repair something and you just don't let it get to you. Kind of like having a thick skin, right? Working with legacy code sometimes. Okay, it doesn't matter what we're escaping, right? We're just going to output whatever character that is, and we're going to go back to the normal state if we get there. Case state. Okay, I wasn't talking about you playing poker badly. Because obviously you're not a slob, because otherwise it would be that you clean up badly. But no, your name is you play poker badly. So obviously you're not a slob, of course. Token start. So if it's an isolated dollar sign, it's one thing. So if we see that though, then we're moving to state token. Otherwise, we're going to output that original dollar sign and the character following it, and then go back to a state normal. All right, and then I just need the token state. So case state token. Here I need a little bit more memory, right? So in addition to the state, I'll want to be collecting together the token. And when we get into the into this state, we're going to clear that token if it had anything in it. And in this state, if we get to that end, then we're going to do the substitution. So let's see, how do we do this? Const auto variables entry equals variables find token. If that is not equal to variables end, then shift out that 1 second. Regardless of whether or not it's found, state goes back to normal. If it's not that, we're going to accumulate the token. And then there is no other kind of state, but if there was, we just break out. Let's see if that works. My ugly ass state machine. Run it again. Output, what is the output? It didn't work. Well, the token got in there, but the username did not. The URL got in there too. Okay, so just the username didn't get through. Probably maybe I misspelled it. Username, and then what's it in the template? Username. Huh. Well, let's see what happens when we get to that place in the code. So that would be here. Go. Token is what? Username. Did it find it? It did find it. Oh, it was empty string? How to get empty string? Did I clear it by the time we get there? So what is this username? Oh, that's from the boilerplate. It'll be empty because they're not logged in. So actually we need to get it from somewhere else, right? Right, the players. So it's players. This one. Players begin. Is that it? Sender? I think so. $40-year-old COBOL code, huh? You probably could still get paid pretty well being able to read the COBOL, right? Yep, I'm using fear code, but you know, Mr. Sir, I am considering the Drama Sans. Yeah, if you've ever seen CM Griffing stream, you know, seriously considering moving to Drama Sans. Probably if I do, I'll, Playing with Scissors is gonna fly out and smack me around, right? Actually, Playing with Scissors, what do you think of Drama Sans? Oof. Drama Sans font. It's the one CM Griffing uses on his stream. Okay, that was the wrong thing to test. You should see his stream once in a while. It's like Comic Sans only with ligatures. Yeah, that's the problem I have with it, is that it is variable width font. I'm used to the fixed width font to be able to go down in columns and stuff like that. Can I show it? Am I a freelancer? Or you're talking about playing with scissors? I think well, I'll let him answer it for himself. Can we find Drama Sands, or are we gonna have to look at CM Griffing's? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, CM Griffing. So there we go. Does he have He doesn't have a README, dude. I want to see what it looks like. Is there an? I don't want to look at the image search here. What if I pull it off? I'm always weary of doing image searches live. Yeah, there's no image. We'd have to look at his channel. But yeah, that's Drama Sands. We need to pester Chris to add like a README which shows like an image of what Drama Sands looks like. Because I think if everyone saw what Drama Sands looked like, half the people would vomit and the other half would love it. Oh, he has a site for it. Oh boy. There we go. Look at that Drama Sands. I wish he had more of it. But this is using that font. That's pretty much what it looks like, what his code looks like. But that it's the ligatures that I use that makes me think of it. You died a little inside. It's all in good fun. What's the channel? It's CM Griffing. I should shout him out. He tends to stream for me very late at night. So that would be probably early morning or later morning to midday European time. Yeah, he made that. I didn't know he made it until Playing with Skizzers told me. And yeah, he confirmed that he didn't make the whole font. He took a font and just added the custom ligatures to it. But just pretty cool in itself. Yeah, exactly. All right. I wanted to find, oh yeah, I was going to test to make sure, yeah, did I already run that? And I didn't look at the output? Silly me. Yeah, there we go. Alex is in there. Great. Okay, so now it's just, I need to do the other, I need to do two things. I need to substitute in the HTML, and then I need to compose them as multi-part. So I'll do the multi-part as another helper, I think. Or, yeah. Let's make another helper. So make multi-part mail. MMM. Just keep it simple, so it's always the text and then always the HTML. And then you just get the composed body out. Yeah, let's just do that. I don't need to copy that. Return a multi-part. What's the technical term for it? Where was it? Was it here? Multi-part. It wasn't mixed. Was it? Where did I put it? Here did I put it? Multi-part alternative. Make a multi-part alternative mail body from the given text and HTML versions of the mail. Okay, there we go. Parameter, input, text. This is the text version of the mail. This is the HTML version of the mail. This one. Made from the given is returned. Okay, there we go. So we'll just make that sit here with an empty body for a little bit. Let's just have it return the text for now. And then back in here, I will call it. So Q, this part actually, is going to make a multi-part alternative. And then the text will be this version. Actually, I'm going to reuse the same substitution map, right? So let's pull that out. And I need to actually give it the type when I do that. So that's this. So substitution map equals that. And then substitution map goes here. And here we're going to pull in the second template. All right, so this is HTML. Same substitution map. And that's it. Let's try it out. Again, it's iterative. I'm not trying to get it to pass in one step because there's multiple pieces. I just want to see in the test result that it did what I expected. So it's just the text version of it. Now it's time to do the magic part. Multi-part alternative. I don't need this anymore. Keep the bookmark though. Multi-part alternative. So we need to come up with a boundary that's not in the text or in the HTML. So I think what I'll do is just have a loop where we generate a random token. And how many bytes do I want? Random token length. I guess that's what we'll use. How long is that? 80 characters? That's maybe too long. Yeah. Let's just use the RNG ourselves. And let's just do this part of it ourselves. So we will make a vector of bytes here. So what are we calling it? What is it called? It is called a boundary. Boundary bytes. And I don't know. Does it really matter how many characters? I just make it arbitrary. How many did Thunderbird use? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 24 characters with some dashes in front. Let's just do the same thing. I hate to do a magic number there though. Let's at least make it a constant. So boundary bytes. Boundary random bytes. Num boundary random bytes. So const expr size t. That is actually, if that's 24 bytes, okay, that's hexadecimal obviously. If I'm going to base 64 and code something, then I should pick not 24 but something smaller. How about 16? Just because I like a power of 2. All right, this is the number of bytes, number of random bytes to make when forming the boundary marker used in multi-part mail bodies. Okay. So we use the RNG to generate bytes there, and then we encode that. That becomes the boundary. And I'm going to do the same thing that Thunderbird did because I think I like it. Put some additional dashes in front of it. And then add the base 64. They do hex, but I'll do base 64 encoding because I like that. That's the boundary. And we're going to do this in a loop until we can't find that in the text or the HTML. Sound good? So forever. It'll be stuck here forever. So I need to have the storage for boundary be outside. And then we'll just say, we'll reassign it there. And then we'll say if
here are the two conditions, right? Text.find boundary is string end position, and HTML.find boundary end position. Then we can break out, right? Thanks for the follow, Munbury. Actually, this pattern is better expressed like a do. I hardly ever do a do while, but here's a case where a do while would be nice to have. Thanks for the follow, Ionoba. I just need to reverse this logic. So while we'll repeat that. So basically, the do while, it means you always do it at least once, and you put the condition at the end, and basically this condition is, if it's true, you keep going. So if we find the boundary in either the text or the HTML, we'll try again. So I'm counting on the fact that we're generating different bytes every time, and it's going to be extremely unlikely for either of these matches to happen. So we'll most of the 99.9999999% of the time, we will only go through this loop once. Okay, so then we get that boundary, and we're going to, I think it's just a simple construction here at this point, right? How many lines? You only had to do one do while. Yeah, I probably, if I search for do, let's see how many I have in my entire code base. Okay, not counting Lua, because Lua, you're weird. You're weird, Lua. And what's this? I should ignore anything that has build in the name. So anything that has build in the name would be that. So I had 11 in all of my code base. I have a do there. A couple tests that do the do. Do the do. I don't know why I had to do there. I don't know why there either. Sometimes it's not obvious why you have these. I think it's because it's kind of more difficult to read because the condition, usually used to the condition being at the front of the loop, not at the end. Yeah. So it's not very common, but if instead of that I search for while, I got 113 whiles. So there you go. It's 10 times more popular to do a while than a do in my code. Okay, go back to where we were. Yeah, that's another thing to consider, right? If you have that in your code, it's like, it probably wouldn't hurt for me to go, since there are only 11 of them, to go through and study each one to see if it's a bad design. I mean, you can almost say a do while is a code smell, and I should study each of these 11 to see if maybe I have a problem. I don't think this is a problem though, because I know I need to go to generate it at least once. The only code smell here, the only design issue that this might have is that we are using luck to try to find a boundary that isn't in the text in HTML. We could do something maybe more smart, but I'm not so smart. Me algorithm skills low. All right, so to build this multi-part, we say this is a multi-part message in MIME format, right? Character return line feed. And then we start with the 2 dashes, add the boundary, add a character return line feed, right? Then we say this, essentially. And it's hard-coded to do text HTML, and I'm going to keep the float because I kind of like that. That reminds me of the good old days working with the guys that worked on Eudora. 8-bit encoding, sure. And then I believe you're supposed to have a blank line, and then you add the text. And is there always an extra blank line? I don't know. I guess it wouldn't hurt, right? An extra blank line.
and then the boundary again. And then this content type. Okay, enjoy your food. Playing with Skizzers. Hey, look at that. My vulnerable, isolated person. Aw. I liked what I said earlier. What was that? Virtuous. What was the I again? Virtuous independent protector. I like that better. How are you doing, N Perry? You don't think do whiles are a code smell function? Yeah, I think I misspelled independent a couple times today. Alright, so HTML is always UTF-8. If you don't do UTF-8 in your HTML, you're just a weirdo. And then we have a blank line, and then we have the HTML, and then we have another blank line, and then we have the boundary at the end with 2 extra dashes, right? So it would be this. 2 dashes, then a new line, and then I think we're done. There we go. Let's try it out. YOLO. Nope, didn't work. How close did I get? It's pretty far off, isn't it? Huh. I guess oh, that's because I was doing format flowed, wasn't I? Yeah, that's in the test. So let me fix that. The test. Almost 3 hours I've been going. Really? I'm already hungry though. Did I bookmark it? I didn't bookmark the test. How silly of me. Where is the test? It's here. Let's bookmark it. All right. Okay. The template, I must have stripped the spaces out by accident. I think I know how that happened too. When I hit save, yeah, I have the editor settings up to strip out the spaces, so let me turn that off for a second. Or I wonder if I can do that as an exception. That is done in editor config. Where did that file go? Here it is. I think you can you do it this way? I think I can do it that way. We'll see. Because I really don't want to do any trimming in those kinds of files. Hey, look, it worked. So I think I've already trimmed it off. So this is the format flowed, right? Is where you have a space at the end that is a marker to the recipient that to flow it with the next line, like it's a continuation. So all these have extra space at the end. And that would be it, right? And the HTML, I don't think needs that. So I can't just build now. Wait a minute. Where was I getting the assets from? I'm doing that manually. I need to automate that. Let me make a note to do this later. So, need to automate the building of Realm server assets zip. Right now I just have it done by my script command, right? Update. It does that where? Here. Yeah, so right now I will just go to the shell and do it myself. Update. That's fine. I think I know why it did that, but that should have updated the assets, and then when okay, that's another thing. Is actually it's a post build step to copy the assets over. So there it did it, and I can run again. Trying to debug the subprocess detach, and it fails because it creates a child that exits, but wexit status returns 1. One problem I found is that you need to check w if exited before using wexit status. Well, let me look at that in a second. Because I might run into the same problem. Okay, the diff is what? There's this extra line. Where? Is this? Okay, it's that thing didn't get updated. Oh, it didn't actually pull the boundary out. Oh, because I don't have it in the header yet. Okay, that's a different problem. It didn't look like my asset actually got updated. I did put an empty space at those ends of those lines though. Am I expecting them here? I am expecting them. Oh, I had 2 spaces on that one. Wonder why. Probably just because of my habit of putting 2 spaces after a period. Okay, what else is different? The click here. Okay, yeah, okay. In the template. There we go. Okay, there's an extra slash. Oh, hold on. Is that because the URL had the slash in it, I think. There we go. And there's an extra space at the end. No. Why is it expecting an extra space there? Oh no, it's saying that line got removed. Okay. Yeah, there's only one blank line there. Okay. That's the URL again. So that's in the HTML version of that. Right there, we wipe that character out. Okay, I just need to put the boundary in. That means I need to return the boundary, doesn't it? How about we'll do it this way? It's not const. Boundary. It'll be an output. Boundary. Oh, my hands are getting cold. Let me document this and I'll look into that problem that new we pointed out. Okay, this is where to store the boundary token used to separate the parts of the mail body. And then we're going to add that here. So then I could just remove this. And I should clear it. Oh no, I assign it, so that's fine. Okay. And then we're going to use it here. No, not there. In the actual code. Here. So I need to get the body. So standard string, boundary. Boundary, we get the boundary. And then we're going to stash it in the headers. Headers, push back. And what is it called? Oh, it's part of the content type. So we want this whole thing. The content type is multi-part alternative. So let's break this out. Multi-part alternative. Semicolon space boundary equals, and then the boundary goes here. Like so. So plus boundary, plus that. All right. Okay, let me take a little side trip and look at what Nui's looking at. That is in my system abstractions library. And you're doing it on Linux, right? So Linux, subprocess Linux, exit 0. Wait a minute, do I have an exit? Oh, it wasn't Linux, it was POSIX, since it works for Unix in general. Exit. Okay, I think all of the exits I had were -1s. Oh no, hold on. It's because I'm not searching correctly. Okay, there's one exit 0. That's the only exit 0. Right, so this is the child subprocess. We're in detached. It exits 0. Right. Right, for the detached, there were 3 processes. There's the parent, the child, and then the grandchild. So there's the grandchild. The grandchild is supposed to get the pipe, if I remember right. Hold on. Did I do this wrong? Okay. Well, I don't care if it's negative or positive. It's just either 0 or not 0. I'm trying to remember what I was doing here. Oh, right. We only use the pipe long enough to send it the grandchild's process ID. And then we exit. So that the parent gets the grandchild's process ID. So this is the child, which should be 0, because it exited 0. So so you're saying it fails because it creates a child that exits 0s, but exit status returns 1? It shouldn't. Shouldn't it return 0? I need to look this up again. What is this? Oh, that's the exit status given that int, right? Yeah, wouldn't it return 0? It'll return -1 if it fails to spawn the grandchild. Is that what you're seeing? If it can't spawn the grandchild, the child will exit with -1, which it should, right? It means we failed to spawn the detached subprocess. The normal flow is that the child fork will start the grandchild successfully and then write that process ID and then exit 0. And then the parent will not get non-zero, it'll get 0 and it'll proceed. The test still fails? That's weird because this exit 0, that should give you the exit status of the child. This child, right? Should get back 0. I'll have to run this in the... Can I copy multiple messages here? I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'll just copy your initial message to my notes to look at later. I need to boot up my Linux and see what I get. So let's tab this over. So look into Linux subprocess start detached problems. And copy this message. Copy this. Yeah, it should work. I don't know why it's not working for you. Let me try to reproduce it. If you want to open up a bug on GitHub for it, that's fine. Or I can do it now. Let's do it. That way I don't forget. So, system abstractions. There we go. Right. Why did I say this? What was this about? Oh, right, the Mac build fails. The Linux was working again. Okay, so that's different. Okay, open new issue. So sub process start detached fails on Linux. Comment. Oh, why did it do an image? Is that because I'm copying from OneNote? OneNote has this problem, it makes an image version of it as well. Okay, there, we got text instead. Oops, oops, oops. Back. Right. I should probably make these bullet points, right? There we go. Now it will not be forgotten. All right. Yeah, it should work. I don't know why it wouldn't. It's kind of tricky to debug things that involve multiple processes, so it's probable that I do have a bug there, just not. Maybe it's one of those weird corner cases or race conditions that I never saw it fail when I did it before. All right. This was working, and I just needed to test it, I think. Getting close, I think. Oh no, I forgot to update the... I forgot to update the assets. Let me make sure that's actually getting updated. The time is 11... No, that's not right. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. That's the zip, right? Where should it put it? It was test, right? Yeah, that's not the right time. Oh, update doesn't do that. It just makes it and I have to copy it. So stage assets goes to realm server test. Yeah, that I need to automate. I didn't plan to make a change so it runs the build. I didn't plan to update the assets that often, but I should automate that. But not right now. Hopefully we're getting close here. That part is missing? Is that what it's telling me? Oh, it didn't extract the token correctly. Because why? The content type is not there? Let's debug and see the boundary. Here. It should extract the boundary out, right? Multi-part boundary. This should get to here. It doesn't get there. Okay, that's the problem. Why didn't it get there? It never found the content type didn't get added? Debugger is busy. Oh, because I'm running it. Okay, let's stop running it and run again. 2. What? It only had 2 in it? This not run? Try again. There are 2 things in there. Okay, it is there. So what's going on here? Wait a minute, why did it get into here? For 2. Oh, no, that's actually expected. Oh, shucks. Why did I have a break in there? That should be continue now, because it's in a loop. Okay, that's the problem. Actually, I don't even need that continue. Get rid of that. All right, I need to take a quick break to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I think I'm almost done with this though. Yeah, I'm very close to getting it done. I'm just missing that quote. And a little bit of a space issue there. I'll be right back. Aw, I wasn't BRB rated. It's happened a bunch of times recently, right? Be out for a break and get rated while I'm gone. Okay. So something ate that space. I think it might be the template. Oh wait a minute, no. That is generated. Okay, that's probably in the test. Yep, look at that. Actually, let me compare. Yeah, okay. The email had that, right? The space in there. That's why it broke it up. Let me look at the original. It actually put it on its own line. I'm not sure why. I don't think the standard actually requires you to do that. Content type. They probably have an example. I can just look at it. Yeah, see? It can be on one line. There's no reason not to, right? Unless there's a line length limit thing that they're trying to avoid. Suppose that could be the case. Anyway, that was a change in the test, right? Or did I change the template? No, it wasn't in the template, so I should be able to run this again and pass that part of it. Cool, so all the things are that just, we have missing headers. Okay, let's do the missing headers. So that's here. So it's just more pushing back some things. So some of them are canned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From, actually I kind of want to get it in the same order. To, from, subject, date, user agent, MIME version, and then we'll need to add the content type and the content language at the end. That should go up here. Content language. EN US. So a lot of these are boilerplate, like that. This will be hard-coded for now, but I do want to change that. I kind of want to include a version number in there because everyone else does. Subject will hard-code that for now. But either I want to put that in a template or I want to make that a configuration item. The from needs to be our return address. Where is that stored? Oh, configuration. Okay, so it's WebGate SMTP reverse. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I need to actually add the from because isn't that added by the WebGate or SMTP? Actually, no, they don't care. So we need to add it ourselves. So that's ample config cached configuration web. Actually, I could have an independent thing. Yeah, let's put it here. Should I put it in email? It's really email specific, right? So that would be from. Really should be a mailbox, right? I'll just call it from. No, I need a better word here. What to use? Server mailbox. How about that? And we'll make it admin example.com. Why not? Because I can. I was using Alex before. Actually, you know what? For my testing thing, I don't have a mailbox called admin. We'll just continue to use Alex. Just cause. So then I can get it from email server mailbox. Need to go back there and remove the E. Okay, before I continue, that needs to be copied into the configuration as well. That's here. I mean, copied into the test framework. So the test framework has its own configuration separate from the main when I run the game without the test framework. All right. So let's try it. Cool. Okay, so the expectation was admin, so I need to change that expectation because it's Alex. Thanks for the follow. Oh, that took a while for Stream Elements to write it to me. To Kozlok. Yay, we got a pass. Asset test is failing. Oh, probably because I changed stuff there. Oh, let's go to the source. Oh, I love it that that works now. Yeah, I had to add spaces back in here, right? Right, it was like that. And then again, okay, I missed something. Right, the extra slash got removed. Yeah, this one's sensitive to that template, but that's okay. I don't mind updating this test whenever I have to change that template. This is testing to make sure we can get something from the assets, so if the assets change, yeah, we'll have to change the test. Unless I make a special asset that's just there for testing. Which I could do. Then it wouldn't be sensitive to this template. Maybe I should do that. So if I wanted to do that, the way would be... Well, actually, I'll fold that into when I automate the generation of the test assets. Because these assets aren't necessarily for testing, right? Yeah. Let me just make a note for that. And that's this right here. Have the test framework use its own assets. Test framework assets should include a special asset used to test the assets class itself. And that is in assets test get. Okay, right now it's currently that. But it'll be something more generic, so it's not tied. Oops. Oh shoot, I lost the window positioning. I hate when I do that. On my list of things to do is look up AutoHotkey to automate positioning my main window. Hey, all green lights. Okay, time to check in. All green lights means time to check in the code. This is its own thing, right? So don't trim white space from text or HTML files. So I suppose we should do the asset zip thing first, right? That's this, and then there's an update and package. Actually, there's a separate thing there. Let me, what am I gonna do here? Let me unstage this for now. I wanted to fix this one now. These get staged. This gets staged, and then this gets staged, but not that other one. This was fixing a problem where the stage was being used for packaging. So use stage dist for packaging, not stage. Using the stage for packaging interfered with testing. That's that change. Okay, this is just adding packaging the assets, so we're gonna check that in together with that and the assets themselves. So yes, this hunk for now. Yeah, so the test assets happen to have the same as the real server assets so that I need to automate later. Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean I don't want to have that command? Hold on. Did I do this right? Where's realm server assets.zip? Was that already checked in? Did I mess this up? Close that. Git K. Hey there, Jamega. How's it going? Where did I add the... I didn't add them. So, I'm just confused. Are there no assets in this folder? There aren't. Okay, I'm confused. Because that rule in the CMake list was to... Oh, this isn't a test. Okay, yeah, so that does go with adding this assets directly. Cool, so this is adding test assets, and this is just basically adding assets to the game. So add game assets along with the templates for email. I think you're done with the bindings generator. Cool. Nice. Okay, these had to do with the template, right? So this all, I think this all fits. Okay, let's add the assets separately. Assets uses packaging. So that goes in with this and this. And I'll check that in with it. So we're including assets in the game. This does not go with it yet. This is separate. This one's included, but not this one. That's included along with that. And this one is included. That hunk, but not that. This and this, but not that other piece. So yes, that, yeah, that whole thing. That, yes. And that's a separate check-in. This included? Okay, so this should not have anything to do with assets. Right, okay, so integrate assets into the game with assets component. And then let me check in undefined symbol. Oh no! Is this one just a remove blank line? All right, so this is making formatted emails, right? Yep, okay, so make pretty emails. Make emails pretty using templates. Time for me to test that actually with the real game. So maybe before I push that, let's try with the real game. So reserve. Oh, hold on, I can't just reserve. I have to I have to incorporate the new configuration items into the actual stage version of the game. So that's to take these and go to the stage. The stage has a configuration file, and so I need to update that. So that's this email. Put that there. Is that right? And then U comes after T. Something like that. All right, now I can run it. Hold on, let me double check. That's the only change I made to the configuration since yesterday. Yep, okay, so we're good. You're really hating that the Win32 headers are inconsistent. Sometimes they define a function pointer, other times, yeah, well, it's made by a team of lots of different people over time. It's really hard to make it consistent. And once they define things a certain way, I think they can't change it so much because it would break their customers' code as well. All right, so we're doing the real game now. So I'm going to forget my password again. Oh, really? Okay, I timed out. So let's say I forgot my password again. But I happen to know that I registered with bob@example.com. Let me clean out my mailbox first. We'll close that. We'll clear out our mailbox. All right, no more mail. Okay, so send the password reset mail. Email's been sent. I didn't get it though. Why wouldn't I get it? It didn't send it for some reason. Why would it not have sent it? Did I misspell the email? Let's try again. I forgot bob@example.com. Request password reset. I messed it up somehow. I know about this error. That's just because of the when the client logs in. For some reason though, it's not sending out anything. Okay, I know what my password is. Let's log in and check my email address. Where'd I stash my my password? There it is. So log in. Oops, that won't work because I gotta put in my real password. Is that not my password? Uh-oh. The game corrupted or something? Ooh. Oh, I wiped out the game state. That's what happened. Okay. I guess we started over with fresh new game. So I need to make a new account. Okay. bob@example.com. Put in the password twice. Register. Okay, now we log out, and now I forgot my password. bob@example.com. Request password reset. The email has been sent. Oh, did I forget to put in my email? No, I did. How come it didn't work? Not when I'm testing. I don't really bother with the backups. Okay, what's going on here? It said it was sent. Oh, failed to be sent. Look at that. Why would it fail to be sent? I don't know. Let me check my I have a local mail server I test with called H mail server. H mails. I'm just launching it and putting in my admin password. Here it is, and it's got its own little logs. Let's check the logs. Invalid syntax. Oh, how did that happen? That's the problem, I believe. The mail from is wrong. Yeah, so that was from earlier today? Did I show this off earlier? I think I did. Okay, so I messed up the from. The mail from got messed up. Oh, did I add the from twice? Is that what happened? Okay. I think I know what I did wrong. And meanwhile, it sent out the next email that had a 100-second timeout. All right. So it sent the email twice. It's kind of interesting. You get the entire email in the command. It's 2,400 bytes. That's fine. The journal can handle it. All right. Now using a dictionary instead of a list to find an item. Well, that's good. A billion iterations, yes. Okay, so I'm not going to grieve too much that I lost my temporary test state because, yeah, it's only testing. And I'm going to find out why am I now putting two from. Did I put two froms in there by accident? There's the from. Oh, hold on. I think I might know why it is. I might know why that is. I think it's because the from is I had that constructed by the WebGate, I think. Right? Send mail? Or I had the yeah, okay, that's why. So that means we don't do this one, and we don't expect it in the test. Also, I need to have the brackets around these. And so I need to both expect that and put them in here. Right? Okay, there we go. Oh, that's great. Get less than a second. That's awesome. Okay, let me make sure I didn't break anything. So that was just the test requirements were wrong. It's interesting. This did test that it knows that the email failed to be sent, which is great because I get a warning now. These ones I know they're because I'm using a self-sign certificate. They're going to happen because that's what Chrome generates this when it connects to my server for the first time, and then it uses an exception to connect anyway. Okay, everything passed, so let's try one more time. So Control C, reserve, and then I will just say, I forgot my password. Please tell me what it is. Reset. Okay, did I get the email this time? Oh, look at that. Ah, nice. Check it out. It's nice and HTML-ish. So I can click that, and then I can, this is in Firefox, not Chrome, but it'll still work. I can pick a new password. Uh-oh. Did I not click that right? Did it not work? Oh, it might be because of this stuff. Yeah. That's why I've been using Chrome, because I can set that as a exception. So let's do that. So username Raimu. Ignore this temporary stuff. That's a bug, but yeah, it works. Okay, cool. See that in the game's journal too. So here we go. The password reset token is set. The email is queued. That's right above the chat window. The email is queued. Then the email is dequeued, means it was sent, and then I came in with the token and set my password a little bit later. So it works. Cool. So now I have it. It's all templated and it filled in the link correctly. Let me look at the message contents to make sure it looks good. Oh, look at that. The date is wrong. I need to fix that. Everything else looks okay, right? The boundary, yes. Cool. Look at that. It used bug. It had bug in there. Miscellaneous bug. What are the chances of getting that in a random token? Miscellaneous bug. Today is Bob Day. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's probably a copy paste problem. Unfortunately, the way I have this tested, I just made sure that it wasn't empty. I didn't actually check to see its contents. I think I'll just bite the bullet and actually do a parsing of that. So this would be expect equal to how many things are we matching there? 1 to, how do we say this? I can use %s, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For string scanf. So for that we would include stdio. And then the formats, actually first is the thing that we're scanning, right? So that's second string. And then that's why I had this copy, because I wanted to put that in there and replace it with patterns. So that's S D space S D space D D D D. I'm not going to look at the particulars, but I just want to see that it roughly matches that. And then, actually, this is okay. It's in a test framework. It's fine. I like to use the C headers directly, actually.
I could include C standard IO, but the side effect of that is then I would have to, when I did scanf, I'd have to say standard scanf, or I'd have to do using scanf. I don't like to do that, so it's my what do you call it? What do you call it when you're asked to go to war and your conscientious dissent? My conscientious dissent about using the C++ wrappers for C headers is that I don't think there's anything wrong including a C header, so I just include it because it works. I should sit out there with a booth that says it's okay to include C headers directly. Convince me I'm wrong. This might be a problem though. I need to look that up. I don't need that anymore. Let's look at our venerable scanf. So again, if I wanted standard scanf, sure, I'd include C standard IO. But if I'm just using C scanf, then I include that. Let's see. So I'm not saying it's wrong for everyone. It's just a style thing, Nui. Sorry if I sounded too argumentative or hostile. Perfectly legitimate to include C standard IO versus standard IO.h. I see them as they're equally, you can include either one, like this kind of implies, and it's personal preference. I like to mix C and C++. I don't see anything wrong with that per se, so. In fact, I kind of prefer to include the C stuff directly if it's from C. That kind of helps me remember what each standard library supports. Okay, the question is the S, what does it do? Matches a sequence of non-whitespace characters. Okay, so I should have the white space in there. So there's a space there, and there's spaces around that. Okay. And then what do I have to provide? A char T, oh, a char pointer, okay. This is where it gets a little ugly. So day buffer. And I know I don't need more than 5 because the comma is included. And month buffer is 4. Okay, and then I just need day, year, hour, minute, second, and then time zone. So day buffer, day, month buffer, year, hour, minute, second, time zone. And I need to actually put address of in front of all of these ones. Okay. So this should fail because it says Bob right now. Actually, I'm not sure what it says. I'm not sure what it will say. Oops, it crashed. Unexpected. Why did it stop? Oh, because I had a breakpoint there. Silly me. Continue. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, because it's the Alec. Yeah, of course. So it fails. Okay. That's fine. It can have a crash like that. That's legitimate. Let's just fix it. Right. So it's not email. It's isn't that format matches the C standard library, right? That I think matches the strf time. Is that right? Kind of. We can make it match it. Stronger, better. We can make it work. We will include time .h date
And let's pull this out to here. Actually, I remember I put the timestamp in here, right? Yeah. So I want to use that timestamp again here. It's strf time. Okay, so I need to put it in a buffer? Shoot. Okay, so let's do that outside. Date buffer. I guess I'll just do it here. Now this one is safe to because we know how many characters it'll be, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 13. So 32 characters. I should look at the column. I'm in column 38, and over here I'm in column 4. No, 7. So that's 32. 31 characters and the 32nd one for the null character, right? So void string f time date buffer. Does it really? Oh, I guess it does. Maximum number of bytes to write, but does that include the null? I guess we'll find out. Not including the terminating null. Oh, this is locale sensitive. I gotta be careful. I gotta be real careful about this. I think that is because their example uses locale versions of things. A and C. Locale dependent. I just need to not use locale dependent ones. Okay, maybe I don't want to use strf time after all. Yeah. Okay, let's do something else. I'm going to use instead something else from the date and time. The make? No, it wasn't make time. Local time? Is that it? And that, does it put a time zone in here? It does not. Hold on. How do I get the time zone out? Z. I use lowercase c. Okay, so I can get the time zone indicator out just by using strf time. All right. Is DST. It really is dependent on that. How do I know if I'm in daylight savings time or not? I feel like I'm sinking into a bottomless pit of date and time string formatting. You know what I can do? I could just not care about the time zone and just do UTC. Because isn't that how it should be done? I should probably check the spec though. That would be in this one, right? Date. 128-bit floating point number. It's 64-bit is double. Is it really 128? I thought long double was not 128 bits. Yeah, I looked this up before. I think the precision is different. It's 80-bit on x86. Compilers may use long double for 128-bit on HPUX and Solaris Spark. Yeah, you got to be careful. Long double, sometimes it's 80 bits, not 128-bit. Okay, so they just need long double, which may be 80 or 128, or in some weird cases something else, I guess. Anyway, what was I looking up? I lost my train of thought. Oh, I was going to look up in the spec if I can use UTC, right? Date and time specification. Yeah, so what am I supposed to say for zone? Okay, so I can specify universal time if I want. So why don't I just do that? That'd be easier. And then I'll just do my own formatting thing. Okay, that's what I'll do. So let's get rid of this stuff. And what I'll do is I'll just make another helper. Build UTC timestamp string of Q mail timestamp. And we'll put that in impl. Okay, so this declare it here with my other helpers. Let's put it here. Double timestamp. Return a UTC timestamp in the format specified by RFC 5322 section 3.3 from the given time in seconds past the Unix epoch, which is midnight UTC, January 1, 1970. The long double type maps to double? That's ugly. Yeah, I thought it was always 80-bit in my experience, but my experience is very narrow. This is the time to format as a string. The given time formatted as a string is returned. Okay, we'll just keep it simple. Oh, almost 4 hours. How far along in my plan am I? I have a feeling I didn't get much done. I'm set for getting this. Actually, I'm okay with that. This was sort of extra credit, in my opinion. All right, so I'm good. I do have a hard stop today. I have to be done like by the next 25 minutes or so. Really, I should try to finish sooner than that so I can eat. Oh, 16-bit versions used to be 80 bits? Huh. Reduced? Interesting. Okay, so what I'm thinking about doing here is just using the GM time. It's one of the functions in the C standard library. Yeah, GM time. To get this structure out. And I can ignore the daylight savings time because it's GM time, which is really UTC time, and then just use these fields. And I'm going to be totally heretical and just assume time t is number of seconds since the epoch, which the pedants, are you there playing with scissors? Will be quick to point out that it is undefined by the standard and that It's just in practice, it's usually integer seconds since the Unix epic. I'm just going to pretend that that's what the spec says. So we'll just say struct or auto. Oh, and this one is dangerous because of thread safety, right? May not be thread safe. How many times have I used GM time in the code? I wonder if I should... Okay, let me make a note of this. I'm going to move this into my system abstractions library to protect it. Although that's sort of weak. I need to figure this out. So, need to protect... Need to make a thread safe solution to using GM time, local time. All right, note for later. But for now, we're just gonna YOLO it. So it's gonna be auto. I'll make a copy of it to reduce the chance of collisions. TM equals GM time time T timestamp. Oh, I need to give a pointer to it. Okay, fine. Seconds. Yeah, okay, so const auto seconds equals that. And then const auto milliseconds equals timestamp minus double seconds times 1,000 and truncate. So size t, or let's just do int. Yeah, okay. So address of seconds. And I'm going to use a builder again. OString stream buffer. OString stream. Ultimately, we return its string. Okay, so the first off, let me get one of these guys to look at. The first off is the day of the week. So let's make a static const string array. Actually, we don't need a full C++ string. We can do a char array. Give it a name. Days of the week. Okay, this has to match the spec. Naughty cast, exactly. This needs to match the spec. They actually have it in here. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh, Sunday comes first, right? Saturday. So it's days of the week. Index tm dot. Oh, it's arrow. I want to dereference it. I want a copy of it, basically. TMW day. I need to make sure that I get the, there's like weird things about being off by 1 with this thing. Days since Sunday, so it is, it's just that. And then, actually, let's do it like this. It's comma, and then it's the TM day, and that needs to be formatted as a 2-digit number, correct? Yeah, I find it interesting too. Oh, it could be 1 digit, so I don't need to worry about the formatting. And then a space.
So I guess we're having months of the year. Let's call it months, and let's make this days. All right. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. And that needs to match the spec. Yeah, okay. So then we go months, TM, mon, and then that's another peculiar one, right? Okay, that is zero based. I think that maybe this is why some of them are zero based and other ones are one based because of these tables. And then a space. Actually, let's put them all on this line. So it's year since 1900. So it's TM year plus 1900. Then a space. Then the hour. It's always 2-digit. So for this one, I gotta do IO manip. How to do this again? It's like set width 2, and then there's like a set fill 0, right? And some of them you have to repeat. I don't always remember this. Okay, so it's TM minute, and then seconds, and then a space, and then I need the time zone. Oh, time zone is just, I decided it's GM time, right? So it's plus 0000 with a space in front. There we go. I guess I don't need this anymore. Printf master race, yeah. I could turn this into a printf, couldn't I? I guess I felt I felt better using a stream. Uh-oh. Crash. Corrupted the heap. Okay, I broke it. What is it? Okay, there's no space after the month. And the timestamp is all zeros. That's not right. Oh no, that is right. That because the test says the time is 0. Okay. Actually, then I don't. Okay, that's right. I control the time. Anyway, the year needed to have a space. Actually, it does have a. No, there's no space here. I didn't need to do scanf. I can do it exactly, right? Yeah, I know what the date will be. Screw this. The date's always the same. It's whatever I set the time to. Yeah. So let's set the time to something. Where do we do that? Might as well do it right here, right? Mock timekeeper. Current time equals, I don't know. Let's pick a time. Actually, let's pick that exact time I had here. So I just need to look that up in handy dandy timestamp Unix time converter. There we go. I was using this one yesterday. So human time date to timestamp. Let's just strip that, make it UTC. It's funny, it didn't put it up here. Okay, I wanted the original. Well, I guess I can use that, right? So it's
can put it in here. Date should be exactly that with turn it into GMT, which is 1800 hours. If I use this number exactly, and let's add a 1, 2, 3 at the end. There we go. I'm C++ template const expert magic to convert printf styles to stream insertion? Could be. Sounds scary though. Okay, did I not get it right? Oh, found date is obsolete. Yay. The date is included. Let me see that. See if I get it right. Okay, so restart this cluster and then let me once again forget my email. Forget my password. Request password reset. I should get a mail. And this one should have the current date and time in it, but in GMT. Is that the current time? 21 hours? Yeah, it looks right. It's Tuesday. Yes, it's March. Cool. So as long as we're okay not worrying about the time zone, then it should work. I'm okay with that. I'm kind of a fan of not having to deal with time zones and all that garbage. Cool. I'm going to check that in. And I'm glad I didn't have to deal with the scanf stuff. Actually, that means I probably don't need stdio, right? Because I got rid of the scanf, so I didn't need that line at all. So a lot of template stuff gives you fast type safe printf. Interesting. Interesting. Let me note that. I got a lot of notes today. Look at that. Oh, why am I hitting share? I don't know. Let's run that again while I commit the code. Yeah. There's lots of good reasons out there to avoid writing a time library. There's a great YouTube video that kind of demonstrated it. Does anybody remember what it was? Time library YouTube. I wonder if it'll show up in my YouTube history. No. Time zone YouTube. Here it is. Wow, that link was very long. I just want that part of the link. This is a great video to watch about what can go horribly wrong about time and time zones and why you should never try to do it yourself if you can avoid it. So I'll let you guys watch that at your own convenience. The TLDR version is if you can avoid having to write time libraries, then do so. Because it's like a bottomless pit of pain. Because time zones change all the time. Governments decide that they want to go an hour plus, an hour minus, sometimes half an hour, sometimes 15 minutes. And the date that they switch every year can change. It can go every year. It's something changes in some country. Oh yeah, I like Louis Rossmann. He's a great guy. All right. Was it just fixing the date one? That's all this was doing, right? Yes. No, there was another thing in here, right? The 2 was fixed. Let's stage the 2 change. Unstage and stage that. This is one change. So this is email, mail. Put to address in angle brackets. And the other change there was the from, right? To not do the from because it's done for us, and to expect, right? So remove. So it's not there. It's done for us. So mail. Don't set from header. WebGate. Is it the WebGate that does that for us? I already forget, but I want to remember what it is in the commit here. WebGate. Yeah, so WebGate does that for us. Yeah. Leap seconds and all that. Yeah. And this is fixing the date, right? Is that the only other change? Yep, okay. Mail. Fix a bug in date construction. Testing. Bugs. Okay, my friends. I think I'm done for the day. I have to go eat something. I have a hard stop today. I have to go pick up someone, so doing some shuttling today. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I think I want to switch to something different tomorrow. I've been doing too much of this email stuff. What I might tackle tomorrow is related to what's on my Trello. I've been working on this S3 stuff. I might either do that tomorrow, or I might do this log compaction, which is a very important thing. This kind of keys into my state of my test game got reset, and someone pointed out that maybe I don't have backups, and by doing snapshotting, that actually enables me to make nice, convenient backups as well as keeping the log nice and clean. So I might work on that. So it's either going to be log compaction and snapshotting, or interacting with Amazon's S3. Or I'm going to do that for these configuration files, and I'll probably also do it for the client JavaScript and CSS as well. So that'll be fun. We're working on that tomorrow. Maybe I should just go and say we're done with this. Ka-chunk! We're done. Slowly getting there. A lot of these stuff I'll probably are a lot of these things I've been keeping around. I don't know why. They should be quick. Like doing this, doing that. That should be real quick. That's real quick. Each of these is probably a day or two. Famous last words. And this legal stuff should be pretty quick too. I'm trying to get as close as I can to having this up on Amazon Web Services to start developing a game in April. So that's my goal. All right, so I'm going to leave it there. Oh, I had to change in TLS decorator. Oh, right, I forgot to push that. Okay, cool. All right, I'm going to go see who I can raid. Thank you guys very much for watching today. I should be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so that's 1700 hours UTC. I think we'll raid Adam today because he's a great guy. If you don't know Adam's stream, he is working on his own JavaScript-based game. It's a strategy game with a focus on automation. We're gonna go raid Adam. Thanks for the follow, White Walls. Yeah, Adam's trying to release his game this year. He's working a lot on marketing as well as cleaning up the game for mobile. I think that's what he's working on today. He's trying to fix an issue with graphics getting blurry on mobile. So let's go wish him well. And I lost my dashboard, so I need to get that back. Sorry, little technical issues here. Professional streamer and all that. There, I hit the button. I should probably go to his channel in advance so that I make sure I do this right. Okay, bye guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.